Yeehaw! Oh no, wait. I wanted to do a thing for a start. Hello. It's been a while now since I've last trained. You might notice some changes. For example, I've decided to become a northerner. Despite that, I hope you'd continue with your support. Apparently, I'm a woman from Hull now. Hello, everybody. It's Austin DiTullio, the one I've accused of intra-Italian uh, nepotism. That's fine. I keep bullying everyone for no bloody reason. Truly, he has risen. Um, yes, I wanted to start this like 2 weeks ago, and then I realized, well, it's going to be the fake, uh, Easter or Pascha. Uh, that weekend, and then the weekend after that was the real Pascha, and I didn't want to mess up either of those things, and I probably wouldn't drink uh, due to Lent, and now I can do all of that. And considering how light and cheery the topic will be today, we're going to need a bit of a kick. Bloody hell! So, as I said, I have not really become a woman from Hull. The two things that made me think I should do something silly like that is one is the Lotus Eaters. They because Carl doesn't like Monty Python, and they had one of those. I'm not subscribed, so I couldn't see it, but they posted that the working class playwright bit broke him. And I remember the working tungsten carbide drills. And that reminded me of a northern accent. And then also, additionally, which is probably why I gravitated towards Hull, is if you remember a couple of weeks ago, no, maybe even months, the British government created a video game to combat political extremism. You can imagine worked out wonderfully. Not the least of which they created like a racist goth girlfriend meme and accounts and everything like that. Um, but the woman narrating it was probably. Uh, can I sing an Irish rebel song? Shall have gone o run I, I'm not sure I can remember all the lyrics. I can look them up. I can't believe how guitar friendly the Irish, not hymn, what do you call it, anthem is. You play as a Jew. Oh, okay. Something's happening in the chat. Sword fighting by Destiny and Friends. I don't think you refer. If the Destiny I'm thinking of is the one you were thinking of, that's not. Those aren't swords. You still hang out with Andrew? Yes, I still work for the Crucible, but I've got enough time to stream, and I'm thinking doing like a weekly stream on Saturdays because I'm not stepping on anyone's schedule, and I don't like to improvise. I don't like to just you know uh, do it for the sake of content, and I'm not Jim Bob. So as I said multiple times, he expends more energy in a day than I do in a fortnight. So I just can't do it. um, European Saturday evening. Why specifically European Saturday evening? Is it the climate? 'Cause currently, it's finally getting to proper spring where I am, and I'm happy about that. It also, and I bought a new weed whacker today, so I'll start whacking them weeds on Monday. So that's great. Um, oh, I didn't know you worked for him. What do you do? Research for religious debates and debate prep, and then some auxiliary things on the side, but that's the main thing. Um, so, I get advanced knowledge of when things are coming up, and then I have to prep, and then I help him prep, and all of that. Today, yeah, we had it for about a couple of days now. Now, Dr. Crispy, I have not yet forgiven the Irish for having a better climate than because talking to Shane, I've discovered uh, your summers go up to like, I don't know, 25, and the bastard, obviously, it was summer, and I was at the gym just dying because our summers are 40 degrees. And he said, "Oh, it's a scorching 25 degrees. Oh no, I don't know if I may have to put on a jacket or something. Take off my jacket." The bastard. And then, not only that, your winters are warmer than our winters. I'm like, the bastards. Because I can deal with one being better, but the other being worse. That's fair. But you get both better. Oh, but it's an island, there's humidity, sod off. Will you ever travel to the USA? Yes, but it's a bit difficult getting a visa nowadays. So when I sort that out, that I will definitely. Um, but it's difficult. We're not even in the EU, for example. So otherwise, I could like go for 2 weeks. But currently, I can't do it without a visa. And you know, we were all anti-immigration in the thing, but that also had side effects. Yeah, I don't want to stay up too late before liturgy on Sunday. That's why. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fair enough. Yes, I'm in Kentucky. I'm just, talking a bunch of stuff. We'll give it like 15 minutes before we get into the topics. Um, but yes, a bunch of stuff has happened since I've last streamed. My precarious relationship with optimism has become ever more precarious. Impromptu posh streams fund thank you, well, Emmanuel, for 50 Mexican dollars. It's not me. They have the dollar sign over there. I was thinking, I know a lot of you don't use PayPal, so I'm thinking of what can I use? Do I switch over from StreamYard? Because it's $45 a month. That's a bit excessive, and I'm exploring my options. But I have to do a stream. I have to get started. Otherwise, I'm going to just keep delaying things. Merci beaucoup. Je vous en prie. uh, Stop acting French. Like one thing I discovered from studying Irish, and I keep reporting to my findings to Shane, is that French is occitonal, so which means that the emphasis of a word, unless there are very very rare exceptions for interjections and stuff, but they land on the final syllable of a word. And the exact opposite is true for Irish. So the emphasis is on the first syllable. And I thought that was based, sticking it up to the frogs. So nice, nice. Prototonal, I think the term is for those. Would you ever do a general stream or video about the ex-Yugoslavian countries? No. Why would I raise my blood pressure? I know, and it will all be just nonsense. Believe you me, it's not worth it. I talk to people. Someone asks a question, I can answer it, but That's not something I put a lot of focus on, especially not nowadays, because so many things are happening, and very few of them good. Uh, and I listen to a wide selection of voices, right? I listen to libertarian voices, I listen to lefty voices, I listen to our side as well, because I don't want blind spots. I'm not very fond of good surprises, let alone bad ones. Um, so yeah, lots of things happening, a few of them good, as I said. Cheers. Do you think Turkey will invade sooner rather than later? Invade where? Are we talking about Lebanon, Syria, the Balkans? You think they're going to go after the Greeks and Bulgarians? So I'm not sure what you mean, and it's very difficult to predict anything now. Turkey, for example, their economy is just rubbish. Uh, if you want to have a bit of fun, you can Google the Turkish lira compared to the USD and go for as long as the chart will allow for it. So if you think the dollar is being debased, Turkish currency is turning into paper, like Iranian currency probably doing worse, but even before the war itself. But yeah, they've got military power. Uh, but the problem is that they're very unstable internally in a lot of ways, and they are being eyed by as the next Iran. So that's fun. When countries are poor, taking other countries' treasures becomes enticing. You're thinking, you're thinking like a warlord rather than a modern general. What will happen is you have to use very expensive equipment to destroy things. So you destroy things which you will end up having to rebuild. Um, so might have worked earlier in history, but that is not the case now. One exception might be if they can properly consolidate their control over northern Syria, they can get the gas fields. That is a potential way of approaching it. But well, Machiavelli wasn't around when we were talking about ICBMs. So yes, that, as I said, that would be true historically, but warfare has changed, despite that quote everyone keeps lobbing about. How much faith do you put into the theory of Israel actively trying to usher in the end of days from a Christian perspective? Not much, not much. Israel, I know everyone likes to talk about, and we will talk about Israel today, but everyone wants to talk about, Israeli plans and all of this and that. Israel is incredibly divided on most things. Very, very liberal Jews, and then the very religious ones. And then those have subdivisions. Israel was falling apart prior to October 7th, which sort of galvanized it, unified them against a common enemy. Now, that's going to work on both the liberal and the religious ones because a lot of Jewish identity is trauma based for many, many reasons. But they have this very visceral reaction to being attacked. So that will galvanize. But, you know, Netanyahu isn't all that popular. He has managed to salvage the stability of his coalition, but he's still under investigation. He fired the leader of the Shin Bet, which is like their FBI or MI5 if you're in Britain. And while he's under active investigation, he demanded pardons. Trump demanded pardons on his behalf. But as I said, if Israel does one thing, it does go after its corrupt politicians. But there are too many sectarian divides, and you have even religious Jews who are very much against Zionism. They go by the logic of this is a usurpation of God's promise to bring us back to the land once we have repented, because the land has vomited us out due to our sins, which is a far more accurate Old Testament understanding than anything any Zionist ever does. So I don't think so. The red heifers, again, yes, they breed them in Texas, and apparently someone has sacrificed. They don't have a priesthood. They don't have anything approximating a priesthood. Rabbis are not priests. Rabbis are scholars. They don't have, like, a priest would have to be a Levite. This was the case since Sinai. The high priest has to be, even that is assigned a lineage, starting with um, well, Phineas. So they don't have a place to sacrifice because, by the way, next week we're doing a giant Zionist stream, from all sides, tearing it down. So secular, dispensationalist, we will not spend a lot of time on dispensationalism because we did that already on Jim Bob's channel with Jay. But we will be talking about how to dismantle every Zionist argument I am aware of. So if that turns out to be only part one, that's fine, but it will be pretty big stream with lots of references and stuff. So we will, that's next week. But again, God centralizes Israel, the worship of Israel, so it can be taken away. So you can't wing it. You can't, DIY your sacrifices. I know lots of people have the surname Cohen or a variation thereof, and Cohen means priest, right? That doesn't work. You would have to show you were a Levite, and no one can show it. So you don't have a place to sacrifice, and you don't have a person who would have to sacrifice. Now, that could be a psyop or something, use it to galvanize people. That could work. But it would not work very well. As I said, even the religious ones disagree a lot. Then you factor in the liberals, you're done. Right. The sect pushing it, you imagine, is small. Yes, there are insane people, as I said. And then even a lot of the religious or the right isn't religious. It's sort of, has religious overtones while being more ethno-nationalist, like your Itmar Ben-Gvir's. Erdogan was threatening Greece, but I don't see how long ago the clip. It could have been anything from like the last 2 decades. They keep saber rattling all the time. But yes, I don't think Turkey is going to invade anything other than Syria and the places which they have. I think, and this is why I was so against the war, the Iran war, because I think they're trying to break Iran in ethnic lines, which has sort of failed because that initial coup attempt with the 40,000 Starlink terminals was crushed, and the Chinese or Russians helped with finding the Starlink terminals, which meant you would find the foreign agents. And considering how bad the economic situation in Iran has been for a while now, it's very easy to bribe people. Much easier to bribe a person who's destitute than someone who's well off. But that didn't succeed, and in my personal view, we'll get more into that. In my personal view, we are getting this war as a desperate attempt to salvage the attempt earlier on to coup things. Just came to say hello and give support. I'm beyond happy to see you in good health. I'm Gvozden. This is my disguise. Hello, mate. Nice name, Gvozden. Iron Man. Trump has failed as a reformer. I think the screws, the old, when you've got them by the balls, their hearts and minds will follow. Yeah. Do you think America wants to use Ukraine and Taiwan as footholds into Asia and Europe, the way Israel and Saudi are in the Middle East? Um, well, Ukraine was specifically meant to be used against Russia. America has plenty of foothold in Europe, but they have this neutral country that they can use to keep goading Russia into accepting ever worse terms or attack. In which case, you have um, the apparency of legitimacy to support it without getting involved directly. So that's not the same thing. I wouldn't compare it to that. The difference with so that's one thing. The Taiwan thing. I don't think there's a legitimate threat of China invading Taiwan. Taiwan is extremely difficult to invade, and is um, China is something that has to be really tightly held together, right? That's why they have a very centralized system. They always have had a centralized system, and they were never a martial culture. They've lost plenty of wars against Korea, not to mention Japan. They lost in Vietnam as well after the Americans. So you can say, yes, but then the Vietnamese had lots of time, lots of experienced and battle-hardened troops. Yes, but they were also coming out of a pretty long and very exhausting war. So China prefers to do things via economic takeover, uh, and they're very good at it. So I think that's more to keep the constant, temperature up throughout the world, right? Because you need that. You need constant reason to prop up the military-industrial complex, and it's getting propped up quite well, unfortunately. For the American side, especially unfortunately, is that they get a lot of very expensive but not very currently useful equipment. Okay, I think we should get into the topic proper. I keep approaching from the sides, and I'm not going to just keep saying we will talk more about this later. So let's light up a cig. Right. China could take Taiwan without question. It's one thing whether they could take Taiwan, completely different thing of what it would take for them to take Taiwan and whether it would pay off. Right. So no one's contesting their ability to. I'm testing whether in their calculus, whether it's worthwhile. I still don't want to lose Taiwan, to be clear. Again, if Taiwan is going to be taken over by China, it will be done by subversion and bribery, not by. And to be clear, the current episode in Iran has made that more likely rather than less. Ever their best anime kingdom is from Japan. I don't know about that. Um, the Japanese writing system is derived from different ways of adapting the Chinese writing system. Like the kanji just means the letters or symbols, whatever, difficult to translate, you know, because they use it when they use the Latin alphabet, they call it Romanji, like the Roman letters, you would say, but you wouldn't call the logographs, you wouldn't call them letters. It means the letters of the Han, not Hun, but Han, Han, right? Yes, China is a long game player. China, probably the longest game player around. Russia is also a longer game player, but not as long as the benefit of proper authoritarianism is the ability to play long term rather than just having to make sure you stand until the next election cycle, whether it be midterms or like we're seeing in the US coming up in November, or whether it be presidential, senatorial, whatever. So You have to be very short term. That's not good for geopolitics, which is why you always get an emergence of a deep state or a deep state like entity, an entrenched power structure, because that's a way of preserving consistency, but it's also completely unaccountable. Um, for the Chinese Taiwan to make sense, they would need to capture the territory and keep enough of it intact so they get a functioning civilized island instead of a desert or a mountain. Yes, and again, it's a very lots of high altitude, which makes it very difficult for invasion, ground invasion especially. And then, the old saying that a ship should never attack a fort. And there would have to be a ship attacking a fort if you're invading an island. And it would cost very dearly. I think they would succeed ultimately, but the price, I think, is prohibitive. Um, like China wants Taiwan from a sense of pride, kind of like Bulgaria covets North Macedonia. Yes, I suppose they would love to have it, but their options are limited. First Taiwan trade mission to China last week. Hmm. I know that the leader of the opposition visited China. It works for them, that old Eastern philosophy. There is no Eastern philosophy per se. There isn't a Western one either, but there is more of that because, just look across a single body of water, you get Japan, and they just want to kill everyone and everything until the Second World War. They're very good at killing, have been always, and even against themselves. That's not a South Park reference, although it can be taken as that. They could take it if they want to, but the consequences would make it so it's never worth it. Yes, I think trying to squeeze it in different ways is much more beneficial. Why lose all of those ships? They have lots of armaments, lots of ships, lots of rockets. Very little of that has been tested, especially battle tested. Some of it is getting tested in Iran right now. They have good surveillance and everything else, but you have an inexperienced, untested army with untested equipment. Why would you risk all of that for a single island, even if it's a matter of pride? They're a bit too pragmatic to do that. China has territorial ambitions. I wondered if they will eventually invade Russia. No. Currently, our good friends Biggie the Brew, no, yes, Biggie the Brew, Zbigniew Brzezinski, uh, said that you should use Ukraine against Russia because Russia would have to cozy up to China, and there's no way they would ever team up. Well, guess what? That turned out well. Even from Ukraine, they tied themselves closer because the Chinese knew if they are successful here, we're next. And now, especially, Russia is a primary source for Chinese energy. I mean, fossil fuel energy, and there's no way they would risk that. Not to mention nuclear armaments. So you've cornered China and Russia into allying with each other, and they didn't have very good relationship historically. So congratulations, I suppose. Great job. I mean, everyone who knew anything about anything except Zbigniew Brzezinski, Zbigniew the Brew, uh, uh, knew you don't. Why are you doing this? It's madness. And you did that now, so congratulations again. So now you've got China and Russia working closer together, and the Chinese are going to tie themselves even more energy wise to Russia because that provides mutual security. Exports for Russia, imports for China, but also that reliance means it's far less likely they would be hostile against each other. So Chinese territorial ambitions can exist, But what they get is they tend to have this form of economic colonialism, especially throughout Africa, and they're very good at exporting their own people. So again, that's much more likely to happen. They're not really a martial force. We know a percentage of the elites dabble in the occult. Do you think some geopolitical regions do that more than others? Um, that's asking too broad a question. Uh, Again, dabbling with the occult is always a question of how many of them actually mean it, how many of them are there, and they're very cynical about doing it. But if it gets the job done, it gets the job done. Now, how bad is it? I mean, you would have to compare, like, okay, let's say the United States and all the different clubs and university fraternities and whatnot. How do you compare that to, I don't know, African or South American countries where they will have they I mean, especially African countries where they have like voodoo and sacrifices and stuff. So I don't know. Professor Jang, he was so sus to me immediately. Oh, there he is. Shane. um, I'm really interested in your opinion about Professor Jang. I listened to him. I listened to him on Tucker. I listened to him on Kurt Metzger's podcast and other places. He has some insights. That's fine. I'm happy to hear anyone's insight. If for no other reason, it could bring me to appreciate a variable that I had not been aware of previously. So I'm happy about that. Very, very sus to me. And then it also exploded extremely quickly, which can happen. I came out of nowhere, but I can explain my route. Jumped on Jim Bob's channel. We got along great. I was there for who knows how long. I was there multiple times a week. Then Andrew calls me up to debate, and then people hear about me from there. Then David Patrick Harry, I had 2 streams with Jay, and I have 2,500, subscribers in a couple of years. Uh, Now that's important because I never do anything, which will end, God willing, from this point onward. But Professor Jang, and I don't mind him calling himself a professor. He's a high school teacher. Like in Serbia, a high school teacher is called a professor. There are different terms for primary schools from grades 1 through 4, and then 5 through 6, no, through 8. Sorry. Um, so maybe that they call them that in China as well. Again, communism. Um, so I don't mind that. I am both posh and a redneck, so my pseudonym is very true to myself. But again, I'm very very suspect of anyone who explodes that much and is everywhere and then has these peculiar takes. Good to see you. Good to see you too, Iki. um, Baron Strawberry appointed Jang as a professor. You bastard. Um, the moment Professor Jang started talking about Christ in his lectures, yeah, and he is glazing Islam. So, good job. Bravo. Nonsense. Uh, Jang Sneeko Dugan. Was that a trio? I saw Jang, Sneeko, and Dave Smith. By the way, why does everyone keep mentioning Dugan? Like, he isn't that important. The only thing keeping him important is the perception that he's very important. He's also very weird, very Gnosticy, and I don't like that. I didn't mention my biggest break. Professor Jang, it's interesting to me. I've been listening to it since it got 200K, but I don't know what to think about him. Like with anyone, especially anyone new, and especially anyone who breaks that quickly, listen. You, as I said, don't take it as gospel. That should be obvious. But you can hear an interesting line of argumentation. It's pointless to try and say, is he CCP? I mean, if you're in China, you're not going to be allowed to do much without at least tacit approval. But uh, it doesn't matter that if the CCP says it, it's false, right? That's ridiculous. So maybe you get some insight, but it certainly doesn't mean it's correct. Uh, Far more likely that it is false. But it's sort of like calling everything about Ukraine Putin propaganda and Russian bots. Like, no, no, no. I don't care. I don't trust Russian sources automatically, much like I don't trust Western sources automatically. You have to listen to both because it's propaganda. Now, if something good happens for your side and you propagate the news, does that mean it's false? No. So don't go into too much personality. Uh, Listen to the information. That's what you should focus on. I would shout out Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He's got a Daniel Davis deep dive, the channel. Very measured, uh, you know, uh, analysis, and with a nice Texan accent from a retired lieutenant colonel. And he was supposed to be one of. I'm not sure what exactly under Tulsi Gabbard as the head of the DNI, and he was blocked. It turned out, at least that's what he claims has been told to him by personally Ted Cruz, because Lieutenant Colonel Davis not big on Israel. So yeah, even the leftists that were brought in, like her and Kennedy, were very pro-Zionist. He makes good fly lies. Nice. I'm not sure you can link them new to here. People can. I think it's very difficult. I'm not sure even the mods can. YouTube not very friendly towards links. He predicted the Iran war. Yeah. Then I have to say, if the night before it happened, I dropped from 80 to 20% that it will happen to 75-25. And obviously, again, optimism has always been my enemy. Okay, you posted the link. So I don't know if I can see it, if others can see it. It is a YouTube link, so maybe it does work. But I remember people having to go jump through hoops trying to post links. Sheffield is United. Hello. Seeing you here. Okay. It's embarrassing how much I make myself laugh. Seeing you here reminds me of an old Norse poem found in ruins in ancient Scandinavia. And it goes, dansa med oss, klappa era händer. Gör som vi gör, ta några steg åt vänster. Lyssna och lär, missa inte chansen. Nu är vi här med karamelldans. Oh God, it's so gloriously autistic being me. I don't know if anyone will get that without the music. Yes, karamelldans. Dansa med oss, klappa era händer, gör som vi gör. Pozdrav iz Beograda, pozdrav I tebi pobrati. Yeah, I don't like his bloody nonsense. Right. Um, so, sig number two, attempting to get into the actual topic proper. Yeah, yeah, you got it out of the piano. I can't play and sing it because I mean I can technically. It sounds god awful with my voice. Dansa med oss, klappa era händer, gör som vi gör, ta några steg åt vänster. I can do that. Klappa era händer, gör som vi gör, ta några steg åt vänster. Everyone's gonna get that recommended in their feeds now. You're welcome. Right. You asked me to make some music, Treffel's United. We could make a bardcore version of Caramel Dancer. We could do it. So, the war. If you noticed that me and Shane, aka Baron Strawberry, have a collab channel that we haven't used in a while, but we did for a while, called Baron and the Redneck. And we talked about that this was during the 12-day war and everything, and a bit after that, talking like Genesis 6. But after that, we discussed whether there would be a resumption of the war. And I said, I don't think so. I could be perfectly wrong, but I just don't think the amount of damage that Iran can do to Israel is going to be allowed. And then we had the problem of the failure of the coup with, 6 million protesters were killed by the Iranian government, just so you know. And that was then used as an excuse because Trump then said, help is on the way. And then I remember, Stephen Crowder, for example, saying, well, now you said it, now you have to do it. I'm like, oh, God, no. Where the hell have you been? Around, as the kids say. But yes, I'm back, hoping to establish a weekly schedule of Saturdays. That's nice. I hope at least one of us is a nightcore version. But as I said, then that failed because there was never a chance to get a proper ground invasion of Iran. Iran is not Iraq. Now, lots of people say that, and I agree, but we say that for different reasons because lots of people were saying, oh, no, Iraq was different because 90% of the Iranian people would rise up and fight this government. And to that, congratulations again. You're not going to invade Iran because it's basically all mountains. You're going to push through well-defended mountains, a natural fortress, as it's called, compared to Iraq, which is flat, and you can do whatever the hell you want to it. And not to mention all the divisions that exist in Iran are substantial. But Iraq was much worse. You had the sectarian divides, you had the tribal divides, you had the ethnic divides, and all the divides you could ask for, which causes instability, obviously. Some then compared it to Libya because, Libya is the one place you had a successful air-only campaign that caused an overthrow. Because otherwise, you get what's called rally around the flag effect. You bomb the country, and then people's nationalism and national pride starts up, and then you rally around the leader, whoever that may be, just for the purpose of your preserving your pride. Libya was different. Again, Libya was very loosely held together by a strongman figure in Gaddafi. And we know what happened to Gaddafi. But again, everything, you had much different circumstances. Not to mention, I think Libya at that point had 6 million people. Iran has 90 and is much bigger, much better naturally defended, and they've been preparing for this for decades. Also important to remind people that Iran has very limited resources in a lot of ways, and it's been using them into munitions and weapons that can actually be used properly, which is to say, in the 21st century, which is to say, missiles and drones, not the Navy, not the Air Force. I mean, if it hasn't been proven how important drones are, especially nowadays in Ukraine, then you haven't been paying attention. The whole thing about taking over the islands, especially Karg Island, what do you think is going to happen? You can take the island. It's not that big, and it's pretty easy to do it in a lot of ways. But once your troops get there, they're going to be endlessly harassed by drones and missiles, especially drones. And what are you going to do? Airlift THAAD battery, systems onto Karg Island? A single piece of THAAD ammunition is between 11 and $13 million. A single Patriot PAC-3 uh, uh, missile is, I think, between $3 and $5 million. It is so prohibitively expensive to use anti-missile defenses, and you usually have to fire multiple at a single incoming target. A lot of those are going to be decoys as well. They're going to be much cheaper and much slower. But since you can't afford to risk anything, you're going to have to shoot these expensive, incredibly expensive munitions at very cheap ones. Now, if you've got substantial stockpiles of them, what are you going to do? Like anti-aircraft, anti-missile defenses, very expensive and very difficult to maintain. Their fidelity in execution. I think it was in December or November of last year that the officer in charge of the Patriot missile batteries in Russia said that the success rate is about 5%. Now, you have a back and forth of effectiveness between both the offensive side and the defensive side. But do you know how ridiculously expensive it is to defend in that way? I mean, with Russia, that's different. Russia is much more advanced and much better armed than Iran is itself, and has endless, basically, natural resources. So I'm not saying it's the same thing, but Iran again has been investing in very useful equipment. I don't think they ever wanted a nuclear weapon. And not only do they have the fatwa against it, it's also the question of proliferation that would happen in the region that they don't exactly benefit from. But their conventional weapons are very effective. And that's been shown to be true, especially if you're one of the Gulf countries or Israel. FPV drones will reach Karg Island from land. What happened in Ukraine, they've started having these extraordinarily thin fiber optic cables attached to drones so they can't be, jammed. You think no one saw that and thought, oh, that's a good idea? I mean, goodness gracious, lads. Iraq is much more urban combat versus mountains in Afghanistan. Yes, and Iran is much more powerful than either Iraq or Afghanistan. The Tuaregs overthrew Gaddafi to open up slave markets. So that's a part of it. Another part of it is to allow for mass immigration. Millions of dollars per shot. And as I said, sometimes from Israel, I've seen like 8 or more shot at a single one. Long time no see. Good to see you, Posh. Good to see you too, mate. Fichte. Sigh. But as I said, I did not think this war would happen. But then there was that coup attempt that failed. But now, if you are one Benjamin Netanyahu, you are now in a position that you are being your bottom is being saved by the fact that you're in war against Hamas, against Hezbollah, and now against Iran, and you're under investigation. You're obviously guilty. Like everyone knows it, which is why you're trying to ask for pardons. You don't ask for pardons if you're innocent, especially if you're in a position that you can defend yourself. So it's not again your lawyer fees are going to dry you up. Like he is the prime minister of Israel. That's not a problem for him. But now he has to do this, and I think that's the pressure. I've seen Andrew and Rachel say they think this is part of some global realignment. We will see. I don't think the preparatory steps were taken, and maybe that was longer term the plan. But for example, you're going to go against China, but China not only produces the vast majority of rare earth minerals, it processes over 90%. Processes. And you don't have processing capabilities in the US. You could begin that, but you would have to have invested into that and built it, and then get your rare earth minerals. You can get them from north of Norway, which is Norway. So again, you could push them a bit around because they're like, oh no, we won't do that because of the environment. And yes, I gave them a Swedish accent. Because why not? Stirring the pot for no reason whatsoever. You could have done that, but you haven't. And you've started this. So to me, this seems incredibly rushed, even if it was somewhere down the line to be a plan. So that's a big problem. Ukraine has shown that drones basically disable all anti-air that was created for World War II type conflicts. Yes, America's too much into the Second World War mentality, military-wise, which isn't good. Have you heard that Ukrainian air defense soldiers will be deployed in the Gulf countries? Very, very likely. I've heard they sent advisors and stuff, but the deployment is I'm not sure about. I really thought this guy was rotting in a Serbian prison, never to be seen again. But I don't talk much about Serbian political scene, so no one cares. I would steal man Andrew's position. Yes, there is a plan to rearrange the players on the chessboard, so to speak, but they still can and will mess up. And one could argue that Iran war is a mistake. Well, Andrew himself said he didn't think this war should have happened. So he's not some rah rah rah. But I think to me this seems again something that could have been a plan, but it was rushed to the point that I don't know how you could succeed in this. America just needs to stop being gay and align with Russia. Well, I would agree, but too much entrenched power is anti-Russian, like your Victoria Newlands and stuff, and the neocons, good old Trotskyists. Christos Vaskerse, Vaistinu Vaskerse. Yes, I am back to streaming now. The Saturday evenings for me, so if you're in the US, 6 hours between Central European time and Eastern time in the US, so just accordingly. But again, other reasons why I think this was not a good idea is the Gulf countries. America has, they keep saying, oh, our unsinkable aircraft carrier is Israel in the Middle East, and then pretend like everyone else is like an enemy. That's a big one from the neocons, calling Tucker Carlson. Huh? That's very witty from Mark Levin. Qatar is an ally of the US. It hosted the biggest American base in the region. And now it's been, I don't know to what extent obliterated, but they hit the Gulf countries, which everyone could have seen coming. I even saw like our good old friend John Leibowitz, also better known as John Stewart, talking about, oh, they just lashed out at everyone. What do you think you're going to have military installations in the region and they're not going to attack them? Of course they are. Not to, and then you lost the bases. They have been attacked from all sorts of sides. Massively expensive, uh, radar systems have been lost, not just there, but also in Israel, which is why they have such a problem of too little time to react. It has been reduced down to minutes. And because they've lost the sophisticated radar systems, now you can only guess where it will land. So when the alarms go off, everyone has to go into the bunkers. It can't be localized. But uh, Bibi is willing to take Israel down with him, I'm guessing. So good job for him. But we're seeing despicable behavior still from them, obviously. And just to be clear, not a fan of Iran. Iran was against us in the 90s. So the regime can go and bugger itself and sodomize itself to death, as far as I'm concerned. That does not mean I think this war was a good idea. I genuinely dislike the Iranian. I dislike the Israeli regime as well. But again, I've never felt the need to pick one. That what was this sports? Um, and so just so no one misunderstands how I feel about them, and I talked about the fact this is another thing I mentioned at least a year ago. The religious fervor of Iran was on the decline. We will see whether this reignites something, but it was on the decline. Tens of thousands of mosques were closed due to lack of attendance. So you have this, what does Lindsey Graham say? This religious Nazi regime, all right, Lady Lindsay. Um, so, okay, you've got them losing power. Pezeshkian, the current president, is pretty moderate. Like the hijab, mandatory hijab, has been removed. The mandate has been removed. Had been removed prior to this. And then, as their power is waning, as they are actively moderating, you then do this, which is going to increase the chances of religious fervor reigniting, because that's what happens. And then the blowing up of that school is I can't even imagine how much radicalizing that was for the Iranians, because obviously I had people who were anti-regime, but only a small portion of people who are against the regime are going to be willing to do something about it. And what happened is now all of the people who are for the regime, whether for actual beliefs or for expedience, are going to say, "Oh, you were in favor of the guys who blew up 170 girls ages 6 to 12. You're doing this for the future of Iran." And I know that to a lot of people that, oh, that's in the Middle East. That sounds like a statistic, right? The old death of an individual is a tragedy. Death of millions is a statistic. How radicalizing is it for Americans when an illegal immigrant kills like a child? Now, this is a double tap of a school for little girls. Just ignore the ethical problems of it, the indefensibility of it. Just focus on just pragmatic outcomes. You have given the Iranian regime, which they have made no qualms about using for propaganda purposes. Where they were going to Islamabad, they put on the plane, they put like little backpacks of allegedly of the little girls. Not going to pull the whole, oh, there's a single shoe in the video or stuff. Could have just dirtied up new backpacks. As I said, I don't trust the regime. I don't see them as some noble fighters against the global empire or something rubbish. Yeah. Um, you think part of the great, just to look at the comments a bit, the Greater Israel Plan, they can throw that about, but how do you make a Greater Israel? You barely have people for that small piece of land. There are like 15 million Jews in the world total. And you're not going to populate that massive piece of land. We will talk about why the whole from the Nile to the Euphrates is absolute rubbish, biblically speaking, but that's, as I said, next week. Uh, I don't see a practical way of doing it. So it can be like some rallying cry for the religious fundamentalists or ethno-nationalists or some combination of the two, but I don't see a practical way of getting there. So, oh hey, it's the demonic parasite. Who's a demonic parasite? Um, yeah, I don't look at the chat for 5 seconds and there's demons manifesting. um, right. Boy, the school bombing, they think that the Americans are worse than their regime. Right. Again, in Serbia, during the bombing in '99, there was a little girl who was killed while she was on, what do you call in English, like the portable toilet for children. I can't remember, like a bedpan or something. Um, she was blown up. She was 3 years old, and that people still are mad about that. That's one single girl. 117 were blown. It would be bad enough if it was like a boys' school, but somehow it's even worse when it's a little girls' school. Visually, optically speaking. You can't say, oh, they're going to grow up into terrorists and start decapitating everyone everywhere and hanging people for, not knowing a verse. Well, there is a person who was like that, and he's currently the president of Syria, and every Western country has greeted him with open arms, which is also a great way of approaching things and maintaining, credibility. Um, what has Slow Boy said? Distinction is just mad that everyone ignores him. I'm certainly not contributing to that, but not knowing who's even being talked about. um, Mods, if you know someone from the other chats who has been problematic, feel free to exercise power adjudicated to you. Uh, we got butthead distinction whining in chatbot. Okay. Oh, great. So yeah, their memes are better enchanted. Like I find the Lego memes so cringe. I have no words to explain how cringe I find them. Um, but hey, slop works for a reason. Suffers from gym bomb derangement syndrome. I see. Can I say, just a bit of a break, that may Allah curse Tony for undoing years of me trying to de-Italianize Jim Bob. All those years of hard work just down the drain. He's now more Italian than ever. So yeah, I'm going to try and get him on, not next week, but probably the week after that, and I'll have to talk with him. Yeah, yeah. You're laughing. Do you remember? He was very aggressive, and then after a while, he sort of calmed down. And where are we now? Oh yeah, I just look at all the thugs and just say, "Oh God, there's two of them." To be fair, Tony is an insultingly Italian name. Hey, Tony. Jim Bob, on the other hand, not even remotely. Now, I know Jim Bob's surname and will not mention it, but it is also offensively Italian. So, yeah. Back to more fun things like wars. Um, so, everyone knew that there was a danger of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. Like Trump saying, no one could have predicted it. No, maybe, no, everyone predicted it. But that's Trump doing his spin. He's very good at that, especially for market manipulation. But everyone knew they could close the Strait of Hormuz. Nothing easier than closing the strait. You just throw a couple of mines in there, and the Lloyds of London aren't going to insure them. There you go, closed for all intents and purposes. Not to mention the drones or missiles, right? Iran doesn't have a proper navy. They have the speedboats, right? But their air force, aside from the drones, like the manned air force, they didn't get anything since like the Shah, because flying vehicles are incredibly difficult to maintain and require lots of parts which they had no reliable access to, so they didn't even develop. So why would they? You know, obviously they painted some, and then you get to throw millions of bombs worth of equipment at paintings. So yeah, great. Truly, he has risen. Crispy, I literally never think about Jimbo when I have watched him in his poor little monkey distinction. Is that what I'm seeing? Air superiority is haram. Yes, there's a fatwa against air superiority. Right. So you have the Baidu Chinese system helping them with targeting. Russia is helping them with targeting. And one of the funniest things to me is like you have these Westerners, like your Fairlinger grade Westerners, which means just shite. For those of you who don't know who Fairlinger is, um, Gunther Fairlinger. But you know, so. They're saying, "Can you believe Russia is helping Iran uh, aim to find targets? Like, where have you been since 2022? Because the US doesn't just help with aiming for Ukraine. A lot of American anti-missile systems and munitions were lost in Russia, and I say lost not as in some sold, obviously, by the Ukrainian corrupt military and officials. But a lot of them were just blown up before they could even be assembled. They're not small. A Patriot battery is not small. Um, but that meant even less supplies for the excursion in the Middle East. So you have then the Gulf countries. They've all suffered very badly. Not in a lot of material damage, but you have to understand these are toy countries. These aren't serious nations. You know, I guess Saudi Arabia is kind of okay. They have been de-radicalizing a lot. They had an Iggy Azalea concert in Riyadh. They have all, and they're right. All of these Gulf monarchies are trying to diversify from fossil fuels into more tourism. If you want more tourism, you need to relax a bit on the alcohol thing. There's plenty of debauchery, but they still have to pretend they're against it, right, for PR reasons. Um, but they have been moderate. But they're toy countries. They're not actual historical nations. So they're British constructs, and that shows. But it's like giving children a bunch of money, and they're doing with it exactly what you were expecting. They build completely unnecessary buildings that are enormous, but like the Burj Khalifa, they don't have a sewage system. Most of these countries are almost at least half. I think some of the. I think Kuwait like is 100% dependent on desalination, plants for fresh water, and you're going to threaten Iran with blowing up desalination plants. Iran depends about 2 or 3% on desalination for water supplies. They have a drought problem, but Iran is not just a desert. That's the Gulf countries. So you're going to threaten them. They will say, "Okay, we'll just blow up the desalination plants in the region," and they're going to be much worse for it. You threaten their uh, power plants and their refineries and stuff. I don't think Trump wants to blow up refineries. That's Israel. Uh, okay, they'll blow up refineries in the region, and now you have not only taken the um, the oil of the market, but the capacity to extract crude and process it, and then export. So you have mechanically, physically removed huge amounts of production capacity, and that's going to end up with much higher rates. And it takes quite a while to repair these. This is why I don't buy the oh, we're going into Venezuela because we're going to take over their production systems and repair and upgrade, modernize them, and then we will sell that oil for profit. That's going to take years. You don't get to use commie infrastructure. That sucks. so, so you're going to go to Venezuela, which has the largest proven supply of oil, but also one of the worst in terms of quality. Very high sulfuric acid, very viscous, very thick. So you have to suck it out of the ground rather than just drill and it just starts gushing out. No, no, no. And then you have to process that. And again, could be a long-term plan, but then why didn't you do all of that before taking a third of oil offline? And not to mention that the shortages, a lot of that is only yet to come because one reason this war hasn't lasted all that long, but a lot of ships have already started to set sail for their destination prior to its being closed. That's going to hit at a certain point. Aside from that, you have the lack of insurance. When you had the whole kerfuffle with the Houthis about, Bab el Mandeb, which is the other side of the Suez and the Red Sea, right? The Suez goes into the Mediterranean, and between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, and then on the other side of it is the Bab el Mandeb. Um, the Houthis can close that off because the only thing you need to do is scare the insurers enough that they won't insure the ships and they won't sail. So, which is a part of a potential escalatory ability that Iran has through their proxy in the Houthis. So now, note, not only will you close off the Straits of Hormuz, but the Strait of Bab el Mandeb. Great. And who knows, right? The ceasefire has been announced even between Lebanon and Israel, but then, okay, we're going to open. We had, was it Arakchi who said that they will allow the strait to be open for the remainder of the ceasefire? Who knows whether that's true? But what's much more important is whether the insurers will take it as true and start insuring. I'm sure the US is pressuring them into it. We will see whether that's successful. So we still don't know how much will be going through as we see it. And then again, some capacity has already been damaged. We had multiple of these entities there declaring force majeure on delivering on contracts. Those of you who don't know what force majeure is, maybe you've heard the Latin phrase vis maior, but it means higher power in French, and it's declaring you can't fulfill your end of the bargain because a higher power has intervened, whether that's a natural disaster, whether that's a war, or that you are not, you know, a party to starting or something. So you have all of these problems. Uh, and then we have seen shortages in all sorts of places. Thailand, Singapore has lots of problems with it. Australia, the I can't believe that's. Maybe we should go back to denying the existence of Australia. Okay, we are members of the Baron and the Redneck cult. Yeah, yes. Wasn't the first Prince of Saudi Arabia British? Not sure if it's exactly the case, but it's in practice the case. Um, doesn't Iran 20 to 30% of its water come from desalination? No, 2 to 3. Um, Iran has lots of endogenous fresh water. US and Russia basically become the only sources of oil after that. But you see, there are problems with that. Uh, you can raise prices uh, to an extent, but you also have to raise production, and that takes time. So the US can't just turn off a couple of faucets and there you go, more oil. No, no, no. You can't make up for 30% because all of this has to be very meticulously calculated and planned for. So you can plan for uh, because if you get too much production, it becomes diminishing returns because there's so much supply that the demand doesn't rise, so the price falls, and now it's more expensive to extract and process the fuel than it is to sell it. So you artificially keep it down. So you can produce it, but you just don't for the sake of price stability. Okay, you raise the prices. Raising prices, this is a weird Keynesian sort of idea. If you raise or if you increase demand, that increases the supply. No, no, no. Increasing the supply can take a while. Those are very concrete steps. You can increase demand very easily. You can have like a media campaign and increase the price of something artificially. This is especially and most easily seen with all sorts of cryptocurrencies. The Haktua coin, let's say. So you can have the Haktua coin. Out of nowhere, you get this artificial demand, and the price rises up. But that doesn't mean the supply rises. But then with something concrete that requires a lot of infrastructure to be built, very vulnerable infrastructure, might I add, uh, that's that's a huge problem because it will take time for the infrastructure to be developed. And then you also have to keep in mind uh, one thing I was very upset about was um, you have like the MAGA people who keep shouting, "You don't get it. This is to get at China's energy supply." Okay, about 50% of China's fossil fuel demand is fulfilled through the Strait of Hormuz. That's true. One small thing to add, though: South Korea around 70%, Japan around 80%, and neither were warned, and neither of them are the most stable economically. Not to mention that they're incredibly efficient, which means that uh, disruptions in supply and timing can cause huge, ripple effects. But then you have, and while I found it funny, Trump said, "Oh, they didn't tell us about Pearl Harbor." Okay. so, so Japan did Pearl Harbor, so we didn't tell them that we're going to compromise 80% of the fuel supply in 2026. Okay. Well, South Korea didn't Pearl Harbor anyone, and they got buggered as well. Stephen Crowder did a video, which I agreed with, that America has no better ally than Japan. So why kick them in the nads? What's the point of it? And I think it's because a different ally, more important ally, an unsinkable aircraft carrier ally, had other plans in mind. Why don't Arabs evolve to drink salt water? Good question. Yes. Yes. Jim Bob should mention that in the debate tonight. Pavle Kovacevic, for 100 Serbian dinars, says za polovinu kafu u ovoj economy, which means for half a coffee in this economy. Well, in the South, I can get a coffee for that. Ah, sucks to be you in your rich parts of Serbia. Very malleable term, not very fungible, very malleable term. The rich part of Serbia. South Korea won't exist in 50 years, so who cares? Who cares? Well, earlier everyone was upset about China. Well, one big way of counter signaling or counterbalancing against China is South Korea. And don't be so sure. I know what you mean, the inverted demographic pyramid. But you can say the same about America in the sense that what will it exist as in 50 years? But also, an economic crisis would wipe out a lot of the old and the weak, the sickly and stuff. So, which means a lot of if you survive it, like happened after the Black Plague, you had massive growth after that because the infrastructure was there, like the houses were there, the farms were there. It's just a lot fewer people, so you could there was a lot to work with. Yeah, okay, so you were joking, but sorry, I'm a bit on edge because if you have ever interacted with the magatards on X, which could have just simply be bots, like they just say you're an F slur and or a moron or you're a commie, and that's about the entirety of their argumentation, and they do make ridiculous points like that. One openly said to me, when I said how bad this war was, one openly said to me, "Yeah, you don't get it. Like the only true ally we have is Japan." And I said, "You bugger Japan with this. We're very distant and half-assed cult leaders." Yes, we're not very good at it. Goes back to the small hat people. A lot of it does. A lot of it does. Um, Magatards are as bad as papers bots. Yes. The only one worse than either of those are the evangelicals. I made tweets. I said, I am legitimately radicalized against evangelical. I would like burn them at the stake at this point. Cristo Morelli. Speaking of Italian sounding names, for 50, that's, I keep forgetting, is that Romanian? Um, 50 Romanian dollars. We're going to call everything dollars now. We're going full IMF. So very much appreciated. Yeah, I'll have to brainstorm other ways of support. Support. I hate that word pronounced in a whole accent. But for now, again, I said I had to do this just to stop making excuses for delaying it. We will have memberships and all of that. I'm going to have to harass Jim Bob for some ideas for like the little icons for the like emojis, but also icons for things. Right. Where was I with Japan and South Korea? Another very Brazilian. Romania, Brazil, same thing. Can't remember how you say thank you in Brazilian. Yes, I know it's Portuguese. It's a joke about uh, Tony Blair. Um, little icons. Yes. Obrigado. I don't know why Brazilian Portuguese. Oh yes, Baron, you can respond in Portuguese now. Um, right. One very embarrassing episode. If you remember in 2017, during the first Trump administration, there was a huge hubbub in South Korea of about installing a THAAD uh, battery in South Korea, and in it caused a huge problem. Is the Baron Portuguese? I hope so. Sim. I love the bit of twang. I don't know if it's a proper term, but compared like Brazilian Portuguese compared to the Portuguese Portuguese. Que bonitinho. But need a top hat and monocle icon. I have it in the thumbnail. I had one specially made with like a straw top hat, and the monocle is like those 8-bit pixel sunglasses. Just one of them as a monocle. So that's what I use on Twitter, and I will be using on thumbnails. But I could have them separately. I see what maybe that's what you meant. Baron is going to say things like "Donde está la biblioteca?" but for Portuguese. So the THAAD system was being installed in South Korea, which causes a huge diplomatic problem between South Korea and China. And South Korea got a lot of tourism from China at that point. So this increased, drastically increased tensions between the two, and there were no more tourists from China. And that THAAD system was actually recalled from South Korea and brought to the Middle East. So, double the embarrassment for South Korea. And, just so people know, like the Korean military is basically run by the United States. So it's not like they can do anything about anything. And that's not good. Uh, it's destroying actual alliances for a fake alliance. So I'm not even saying Europe. Europe has been very, very naughty. But you can't say the same for Japan and South Korea. So you're attacking good allies and sacrificing those relationships and potentially their stability and solvency and everything to go and wage a completely useless war. It was like, oh, Trump opened the Strait of Hormuz. It was open. And whatever damage you did can be rebuilt on the Iranian side. You killed the 86-year-old Ali Khamenei, who had cancer. You blew him up. Everyone said, oh, he was intentionally a martyr. Well, I think he wouldn't have been with his family and granddaughter and everything, unless there were some very sick calculations involved. Now his son is in charge. Now, even if he wants to be reasonable, it's going to look very bad that you're being easygoing on the guys who blew up like your father, and I don't remember if it was his daughter or like a niece. Uh, and you're going to look pathetic if you now play nice. Another thing to remember: Iran is a Shia Muslim country. Now, Shia, like the Sunnis, are very big on martyrdom, but they have very different conceptions of martyrdom. So for the Shia, from Shiat Ali, the followers of Ali, uh, their idea is to be martyred much more similar to how we see it in Christianity, like being martyred rather than, you know, killing a bunch of people, which is a big difference in mindset compared to going after Sunni countries. Iraq again was led by a pseudo Sunni regime. Like the Saddam Hussein wasn't some big religious figure. He was trying to rebuild the gates of Ishtar and have inscriptions on them that this was done by, I don't know how exactly phrase it, but he's like the new Hammurabi or something like that, like inscribed in every brick and stuff like that. So he was properly whacked. Um, wacko, I should say. He was properly whacked after a while. So, but if you're talking about them as religious extremists, and there are religious extremists in the Shia camp, they're going to take martyrdom a different way than the Sunnis would, which means you have to take that into account when killing either the Ayatollah or the little girls in that school. That's going to galvanize people. Um, so I don't know what the plan was supposed to be. I suppose the only reason one would have even tried to go at this was that they actually managed to convince people that you could just take out the Ayatollah and then the people will rise up, and that's your boots on the ground, and the system collapses, and then you can do whatever it is you thought you would have done. Hello from Turkey, from the Turkish Orthodox Christian. Buyurun buyurun. Yakşamlar. I don't know a lot of Turkish. Right? Once I had to go to Brasilia for work. The only thing he'll say is obrigado, like for everything. That was my only answer. Okay, don't tell them that because they will they will use that against you. How do you say Christ is risen in Turkish? You can inform us of that, Polycarp. I can also see why you chose the name Polycarp. Hopefully, you don't plan on being burned at the stake. Although that's an eventuality I hope you avoid. Buyurun buyurun. Yeah. Mesih diri- dirildi. Mesih dirildi. Oh, so you say Mesih. Yeah. If you remember, lads, I talked about the fact that, like in Arabic, like a Christian is a Messihi, right? They don't go through the Greek route of Christos. So because Arabic is a fellow Semitic language, they say Al Messiah. And obviously, for Turkey, they don't speak a Semitic language. It's a Central Asian language, functions completely differently. But you see, because of the Islamic influence, they didn't go through the Greek route. They went through the Semitic route, the Messiah route. Yes. You know how everyone talks about, not everyone, a lot of people talk about like, the Gospel of Barnabas, and in the Gospel of Barnabas, it says that Jesus is the Christ, but not the Messiah. And you're like, that's the same bloody word, you bastard. So- but the truthers need some type of fuel. So yeah, um, right. There must have been some things I wanted to mention in addition to this. Yeah. So Iran. The if I was to steel man the approach, Again, I think this was a horrible mistake, and I'm not sure how it will end because the only proper option left is some type of concession from the US side. And if you remember, I also think that Trump would have made an actual deal, but was not allowed to. Um, because remember, they had, oh, we want enrichment of uranium only to this percentile. We should do this or that. Uh, but all of a sudden, it starts, oh, no enrichment whatsoever. No enrichment whatsoever. Uh, who would accept that? You would have to be not just a fool, you have to be a weak fool to accept that. And obviously, it was that's when I decided that this war is far more likely to happen than not. I decided by decided I mean my calculus changed. Because then in addition to that, that was bad enough. In addition to that, the complete dismantlement of the ballistic missile, or at least the longer range ballistic missiles, which can reach Israel, complete dismantlement of that. So you're basically saying render yourself effectively incapable of personally acting against Israel. Uh, the third demand is complete abandonment of the proxies like Hezbollah and the Ansar Allah, which better known as the Houthis. So don't so you lose not just endogenous but exogenous means of retaliation against Israel. And I think there might have been an additional demand, maybe something to do with the protesters or something. But so let's stick to the three. Uh, no enrichment at all. Number two, by the way, they have a right to enrich because uh, they are signatories to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. There's a country that isn't and also has nuclear weapons. Um, you can guess which one, but that's not a problem, right? Because if there's anything that country has shown is that it's very responsible and not at all insane and willing to break every norm known to man. So no enrichment, no ballistic missiles, no support for proxies. You can go again via the route. I'm not talking about morality. I don't like Islam at all in any shape or form, not even in its gayer Sufi form. Uh, that's not, but if you're dealing with geopolitics, I love these people who keep hopping between idealism and realpolitik, right? So it's realism for me, realpolitik for me, idealism for you. So I gauge everything you do on a moral level, but everything I do, hey, what can you do? You know how it is, right? This dismantlement of the international system of law. I've seen people who have said, like, yeah, well, international law isn't a real thing. That international law thing has benefited the US more than anyone because they've been using it as a cudgel against anyone who would oppose it and, couldn't be bailed out in the Security Council. Like, one of the biggest reasons um, we don't have a two-state solution in Israel is because the US keeps blocking everything, vetoing, I mean, from its position at the UN Security Council. You have these votes on Israel, and again, it's the UN. It's very, very meek and ineffective. But it is also a means of power projection for the US. I know it's some type of MAGA position that, oh, these international laws, they keep constraining the US as if the US wasn't the one who, by the way, chartered most of the things, like the Geneva Convention and stuff. Not fully autonomously, but mostly the US was doing those things. And they've been abusing the system because that's that's a realpolitik. thing to do, right? No war crimes for the winner. Although, like every American president easily can be brought to The Hague. Go ahead. How many divisions does the Pope have? Um, so yeah, uh, and they say who could why would they put out such demands when it's obviously going to be rejected? Like that was the point. The point was for them to be rejected. It's an ultimatum with a poison pill. When the First World War was about to start, the Austro-Hungarian Empire sent Serbia an ultimatum, and one of the demands was complete control and oversight of the Austro-Hungarian government over Serbian intelligence, so they can check whether Serbia was involved in the assassination of the Archduke. And no one's going to accept that. Oh, hand us over your entire intelligence apparatus. No. But hey, we tried to negotiate. Just let's just give the Jews their own country, somewhere where they can govern themselves and live in peace. Good luck. Mafia has all things covered. Baron has a stock of diesel. Yeah, yeah. Tell everyone. Give everyone your address while you're at it. Surrender your deep voice. Well, if it comes to that, I'm just refusing. I'm going to die on that hill. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Rely on my looks? um, well, Baron, if you lack fertilizer, you can just lay in the ground. Woo! School pew-pews in Turkey? I have not heard of that. I will look into that. Lord have mercy. Gosh, with all this nuance, you're sounding sound mighty gay. Yeah, so Baron and I were talking today about how about a segment on the Lotus Eaters about how women's psyche has been used against them for the purposes of both creating or fueling at least the gender wars, but also promoting this libtard agenda. And how every time you say something nice about women, like the manosphere jumps at you, like you're some, feminist cuck white knight. And then we were exchanging like ever increasing, levels of us being Chad and based. But we'll not really. We can make a skit of that, Baron. We just have to figure out how to film where it looks like that we're it somewhat in the same place. Right. I think I mentioned steel manning the position in Iran. So, uh, I don't know why a certain senator from Texas, and there's two of them, so you can guess which one I'm mentioning, um, didn't know the population of Iran. Which again, if he guessed within 10 million, I'd be fine. But he didn't know anything. Uh, says they're mostly Persian, mostly Shia. Okay. How Persian? Well, about 60%, which isn't all that high. Can you imagine all of them posting like the Chud, it's over memes? Just 60% Persian, it's so over. But you have different ethnic groups, the Azeris, the Kurds, the ones I can never remember over in the East. You have those types of divisions, ethnic divisions, right? And there were people who were saying, "Oh, we should arm the Kurds." Oh, Trump mentioned that something about the Kurds, but then he says, "Oh, I decided I wasn't going to send them in." Like, sure, if Kurds anywhere approached anything resembling autonomy, Turkey would intervene immediately, right? Like they did in Syria. Like they will not allow for an independent Kurdistan to exist anywhere. Okay, so come hell or high water, that's not going to happen. So why would you do that? By the way, Turkey and Iran were counterbalancing each other, but now you're sort of getting not as as accurate as the Russia China, but a similar dynamic where Turkey is sort of helping them out a bit. There was some Kurdish, I don't know what to call them. They're not a militia, some type of Kurdish group trying to sneak into Iran, and Turkish intelligence spotted them and informed Iran. This was before the war, and so they were just picked up and whipped. Right, because you have Kurds in Turkey, Iran, Syria, and Iraq. Right? There is no Kurdistan, but they're spread out across these different countries and under different conditions. They're trying to do things. Um, it's called being an alpha male. Howdy, William. Um, my wife's a delivery nurse. I made her deliver her own baby so she wouldn't miss overtime. See, you're not a cock. Legitimately, I think the biggest reason I told this to Baron today, I told him the biggest reason uh, I wouldn't go into like a manosphere and I have a very balanced view is not because I say, oh, women and the feminine touch and the da da da. No, is that I have plenty of interaction with average men and I find them to be retarded. So I don't have this view of women are ridiculous and retarded and men are chad and based and they know what's going on. Like, no. And I tell people if you're part of either feminism or the manosphere, you're missing out on hating half the retards. take the take the misanthropy pill. um, the Serbia have an immigration problem. Not that they want to be here. Like there were problems with the waves that they wanted to go through Serbia into Europe and then couldn't, and then sort of had to linger here. But things don't work out well for them. Right. We had the remove kebab meme for a reason. Uh, but no, I know that some have been brought from Africa, some people to drive buses because all of our bus drivers went to Europe. You can imagine that's going well, but that's in bigger cities. Um, yeah. So on that, in that niche, I suppose, yes. But the way the West is going, like, and when I say West, I mean particularly Europe. Like, they'll just come back and there you go, problem solved. What constitutes many rogue Serb? And are you sure they're not just gypsies? Also, Belgrade isn't Serb. You're an abomination. We should throw. You know how you take strips of bacon and throw them at mosques. Now we don't eat a lot of beef in Serbia, but that means all the more available resources to throw at them. So we've got the bacon for the Pakistanis and beef strips, like beef jerky, we'll make for the Indians. There you go, and then we'll use them as amulets. Right. So back to Iran. I'm doing pretty well actually. When you think about it, the way I usually would meander was much worse than this. You guys eat real bacon or that gay UK bacon? We eat real bacon. Um, So yeah, our food tends to be very good compared to what you get in the West. I know because a lot of people from who move to like Germany, they try to take as much food as they can from here to Germany, and not because the price is different. Like it's cheaper here, so they're trying. No, no, no. Like they tell you, like you buy peppers that taste like plastic. So I don't know what manner of GMO nonsense has done that, but yeah, great science. Um, there's actually a video I sent Porsche a while ago of an Irish guy about 50 years ago saying sandwiches were going to be the downfall of masculinity. Yeah. Was he wrong? Was he wrong? Not at all. I almost pulled a gun out when I ordered bacon in London and got ham. What? Spam and beans and spam. We're doing the spam bit from the pythons. No. Gay UK and bacon. I don't even know what that's about. I know the difference between American and Canadian bacon. I'm not sure what constitutes UK bacon. Um, there are two men who can save Britain, and those are Rupert Lowe and Jeremy Clarkson. In the shops, Nepalis, the drivers are Pakistani, and the Indians are on the construction sites. They literally import slaves. Wow, we're really westernizing, aren't we? Although I suppose they do that in places like the UAE and stuff. Aim high, vote low. Yeah, if from a British patriotic perspective, a low is a great choice, and Farage can go and get buggered. So disappointed. He was so fun. Have the appearance of a no. What was it? Um, he had the charisma of a damp rag and the appearance of a low-grade bank clerk. They got both jumbo. Yeah, I get bacon from the farm shop. It's the best. I don't know why our food is still good. No, don't worry, it'll take time, but we'll get into eating different ways of consuming high fructose corn syrup. Воистину воскресе Brazilets. Brazilets means Brazilian in Serbian, like person from Brazil. You've derailed with bacon talk. Well, we're talking about Muslims all day, so, so it was a necessary correcting, corrective. So yeah, um, as far as the consequences of the war goes, we will see how bad things get. Australia, as I said, in quite a pickle. Bloody Antipodeans. Um because they're on the verge of having to enter what they call phase three, which means private usages. I don't know if it's completely abolished because you can just have to save all the fuel for the farms and for the emergency services like your police and ambulances and stuff. Um, so we'll see. But again, Australia not a major part of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Trump has really failed on the foreign policy. On the domestic policy, I'm seeing lots of problems with backtracking on H-1Bs, um, retreat from Minnesota. The deportations are not as effective as people hoped, which is an additional reason for why so many are upset about these foreign entanglements. Trump set out into the Middle East, had this was it a Doha that he gave a speech? I'm not sure. Could have been Riyadh. I don't know, but somewhere in the Middle East, and held this great speech about how it's over for these nation buildings. You embrace your traditions and everything. Blah blah blah. And I remember, like Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who's pretty liberal, was thrilled with the speech. He said, "Oh, I don't know. I want to know who wrote that speech. I need to know to congratulate them." Yada yada yada. And yeah. By the way, there's a huge cope about Trump being like in the early stages of dementia. I think that's cope. I think a lot of it is like he's old and he probably doesn't sleep. I understand he's one of those people who doesn't need to sleep a lot. He also doesn't drink and drugs and stuff, allegedly. um, but he's old and he doesn't sleep as much, so he gets tired, right? And then speaks slowly, and everyone's like, "Oh, there's dementia." Like, no, I don't think so, because when he's well rested, you can see him, kind of, what are you gonna shoot them with BB guns? I don't know, baby. So just to be clear, I don't subscribe. I think it's Israeli. And by the way, everyone hyper focuses on APAC. That's just one piece of it. Lots of other groups uh, contribute, so don't over focus on APAC. But most money doesn't come from Israel, but from Zionist billionaires, and not just Jewish ones. Kufi is a massive contributor to the John Hagee's organization, massive contributor to the evangelicals, and there's more evangelicals than there are Jews in the world. So don't over focus, don't become myopic. But I think those are the pressures, especially the Adelsons. So, um, some time ago, there was a huge hubbub about Mike Huckabee, also known as the retard Mike Huckabee, who is America's ambassador to Israel under the Trump administration, that he received one Jonathan Pollard for a visit. Now, Jonathan Pollard, for those of you who are not aware of the Pollard affair, uh, is a Texas born Jew, and I emphasize both because he's not Israel born and he is Jewish, um, who is the biggest leaker of CIA documents, single leaker of CIA documents recorded. So he's a traitor to the United States. Um, and I think it was 2020, in the December of 2020, that he got to go to Israel, and he went there on a private plane. Who owned the private plane? One Sheldon Adelson, the late Sheldon Adelson. So you will not be hearing that name a lot, but you will be hearing the name of his widow, Miriam Adelson, who is the biggest singular contributor to the Trump campaign. And I think Sheldon was, yeah. Posh only does geopolitics, shitface. Jim Bob, I've lost touch. I didn't get through one beer yet, and it's 2 hours. Goodness, I need to get back into form. Yeah, okay, pork belly. Goodness, how well is your ancient Greek? What do you study from right now? I'm going through Smith plus H&Q. I didn't do too much ancient Greek. I mostly did modern Greek and some Koine. So not ancient Greek per se. So I can't help you with that properly. Less recent attacks on orthodoxy about it being Russian and other BS by American politicians. It's not all about APAC. Yes, 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 exactly. So we're opening a second. We have to make things right, lads. Because I've been talking, Dr. Crispy Johnson. I can't talk and drink beer at the same time. at least not without sacrifice, consequences. I started studying Greek language. Now my shower has a pew. I bully Jim Bob because they have pews in his church. Jim Bob, it was very early on when I appeared on your channel, and I told you if they introduced pews into Serbian churches, there would be riots. Like people who think the Vatican won, we're all going to get put into camps. Shell Nielsen had a plan to legalize casinos in Brazil. Gambling is illegal in Brazil? I'd have thought it would be mandatory. Good Lord. Shout out, Cristo Morelli. Shout out to Brazil for not falling into a vice. I think most of the Adelson money now comes from gambling in Asia. So, yeah. Walking around in Brazil is a gamble. That's a good one. That's the type of joke I would make. Very good, William. What about gambling anime games in Brazil? Are they banned? I know there was a huge thing about loot boxes in Fortnite or some game like that, because technically it's gambling. But there was some type of out for, oh, it's actually electronic in-game currency or something. Yeah, but you get it by buying it. So you have to spend actual money to get it. That's like the weakest defense I've ever heard. They had to remove the random chests on the Brazilian version of Clash Royale. Okay, something like that. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you earned a chest or some type of reward that has randomized rewards, that wouldn't be a problem. Like if you earned it in game, but if you're buying it, that's literally gambling. It's worse if you spend money to get a chance to get. Great. Ancient. I thought you would have been an ancient Greek pro for sure, given all the other languages to talk about. I'm strangely enough, I'm much more because of high school. I have much more experience with Latin than I do with Greek. But yeah, yes, I mentioned Latin lessons. It has not materialized. Nothing has materialized for over a year, I think, on this channel. Let alone a constructed Latin lesson. If I start them now, I don't know if Ubi Petrus would be upset with me because he has lessons. We'll see. I'm back to regular topics, so let's start with that. But we'll move to something more constructive. But I want to, properly get a hold of this. As I said, I'll probably move away from StreamYard onto something else. But I want to explore those options and like the memberships and stuff. But I will certainly not do any of that until I'm sure I maintain a schedule, because it's unfair to start a membership and then like not deliver anything. That's theft, which is legal in Brazil. Have you tried wearing leather sandals while studying? Good point. Don't emulate the ancient Greeks. Clothing, okay. Everything else run in the opposite direction. Ubi collab on Latin. I mean, we could do something. I am in touch with him every so often, but he follows a lesson plan. I suppose we can do like some planned event or something, but not sure if a collab on a lesson would do any good, because you have to follow a textbook. Ubi lessons are paid, though. Yeah, that's what I said. If they were free, probably wouldn't have a problem with me starting as well. Just kidding. I'm sure he wouldn't have a problem with it either way. There we go. Mycket talk to Shareholders United. I'm for 100 Swedish kronor. Um, I'm happy to see you have restored the full name, because I don't know if Jim Bob is still here, but he changed it to just Chairs. And by the way, Shareholders United, if you remember the olden days of Brenda, and Brenda is back. Well, she he said, I want to say she because the name is Brenda, but he said like folded like a chair, and that's where we get that from. And then I asked him, why are you just chair now? Chairs. He said, because Jim Bob said it was how to pronounce, hard to pronounce. I said, that's not how you deal with Jim Bob. You make it even harder to pronounce. And then he cusses you out because he's Italian. That's how you do it. Whatever happened to Brenda? I don't want to speculate. Howdy, bigots. See, I've opened the new beer and I didn't even start drinking it. Something is terribly wrong, lads. 40 viewers on average for this stream is much higher than I expected the algorithm to give me after not doing anything for so long. And then even before that, lots of gaps in between doing anything. It was actually because JB kept calling me Chairs Unfolded. Oh, so he didn't explicitly say it was hard to pronounce, but he kept misreading it. I understand. Okay. You can see where I got that from. Is there anything else important I wanted to mention about the Iran situation? Because shortly about Ukraine, because not much has been happening. I mean, it's a lot at any rate, but I mean comparatively as to how things were developing, because all focus has been taken off of Ukraine. But again, it's a grind, and it's because the Russians would prefer to grind down the Ukrainian army rather than take territory, because Russians can do well in the territories that is majority Russian in Ukraine, which is to say, like the east and like Crimea and so on, and that's maintainable. Why would they ever want to take Western Ukraine? That's where the actual Banderites and their ilk are very strong and have lots of popular support. So it would be hellish to maintain that. And the speculations are that Russians might choose to completely, shut it down or finally get it over with once the ground permits it. Because famously, Ukrainian soil is incredibly fertile. But that also means it's very soft, very fertile and very soft, meaning that if it's not hot enough for it to dry out sufficiently, or dry enough for it to dry out so it can be hot but raining, or if it's not cold enough for it to freeze, you can't get anything with any weight across it. So the speculation is that once the weather gets warmer, the Russians might go for a big push, because they have all the advantages, and especially now that Europe can't really help because those yappy small gay dogs, uh, and the US is not very interested. There was a report by a think tank in Germany that calculated that in 2025, the American support for Ukraine dropped 99%, which is substantial. Catherine the Great, Nevo-Ruskia policy, Nevo-Ruskia, what? You really did go through 2 bottles of wine. Never Russia. Policy for a warm seaport and access to the Mediterranean. Yes. Um, but that does not include Western Ukraine. On Lazarus Sunday, I was fully accepted into the church and I'm officially Orthodox. Well, thank God for that, Farney. Happy to have you. Lots of people have messaged me in the last couple of weeks saying the exact same thing. And again, my favorite types of messages to get. Lots of them on Lazarus Sunday and all the way up to Easter. So amazing. Which means you can join me in bullying the people who are not part of the catechumenate yet. uh, Europe will launch another propaganda campaign about Russians wanting all of Europe. Interesting how much it will fail this year when it didn't work last year. Well, that's all they've got. How many times did I say it's completely schizophrenic propaganda? Like Russians are both incredibly weak, and if we don't stop them in Ukraine, they'll be in Paris in a fortnight. Uh, they've been out of missiles for years now at this point. They only have people start making memes about having tactical shovels because the Russians don't have weapons; they can only fight with shovels and stuff. Like, what are you doing? Like, who other than the stupidest of people will believe that? And the European Union is being represented on the foreign stage by Kaya Kallas. I spell that Callas, Callous. Boom. Roasted. See, the Swedes should never have allowed Estonia to do anything. They're just a crappier version of Finland. Goated roast. Thank you. What do you call someone who believes the Orthodox worldview is true but hasn't gone to church and doesn't pray? A hypocrite. Depending on whether they have access, and if they do have access, how immediate is that access? Right? Is it like 5 hours away to your nearest church? Um, lukewarm. Well, what if they're called Athelstein? What will you do then? It's not Luke. Um, so it's one thing not to have access, but to counterbalance lack of access, whether partial or complete, is to have a good prayer life. What you should do in that case is contact the nearest church and try to get in touch with the priest and establish a prayer rule. So that's something you can do. And then at least try to attend for the big feasts, right? The Orthodox Church approaches everything in terms of whether you trying to do the best in the particular predicament. Right? That's why we don't have just rules set in stone, and why the canon law is called the rudder, because it's there to guide, not to be strict and legalistic about it, because that gets in the way of the healing that's supposed to happen through a, a healthy Orthodox spiritual life. But approaching it merely from an intellectual and a mental point of view doesn't work if you don't follow through with the view, because the view is that was it was it was Saint Athanasius the Great who said that studying things like theology and philosophy is only helpful if it helps the spiritual life. Logic brought me to orthodoxy. I was atheist for most of my life, raised Catholic, but I don't want to go to a cucked ortho church. No one wants to go to a cucked ortho church. Um, hmm. I'm sure, like, are the ones near you compromised and like go arch and stuff like that? I've heard bad things. Um, But even that is better than nothing, and you focus inwardly on your spiritual life. But you need to be part of a church. You need to worship. Some have great bishops, some have less than great bishops. Same goes with priests. Um, but even that can be an opportunity to develop spiritually. Um, Need to find a legit one by me. Would be the first time in church in many years, but I live in a very lib area. Um, One of the most prominent uh, Orthodox voices in the English-speaking world is Father Josiah Trenum, and he's in California. I can't remember whether it was San Francisco in particular. So if you want to mention real lib areas, yeah, try being him and resisting like the lockdowns and everything, and with all the things he says, because the man is very impressive. And honestly, I keep hearing Riverside, California. Well, yeah, California. Unless that's in, I hear the Northern California is like sane to the extent that it can be, being part of the larger parasitic entity known as California. Yeah, it's fine that you ask, but you can't know if they're lib if you don't visit. Maybe you go and they're like, "Hey, do you watch Jade Dyer because he's evil?" You're not going to get a lot of that. Um, so Alex Soren and Cleave to Orthodoxy have been hosting a lot of Father Stephen DeYoung, whom I shout out at every given opportunity. I think it's been great. Um, he has the mentality for it. So, and God bless him. And God bless those guys for having him on. And they're open to like catechumen questions. Um, so big redwood trees. Yeah, Father Stephen is my spirit animal. He keeps bullying Father Andrew on the Lord of Spirits podcast. It's so funny. Very, very um, older brother, younger brother in their relationship, although I think it's like less than a year difference. Would it be appropriate to ask the church their stance on touchy subjects like homosexuality, etc., or is that rude? I don't think it's a problem. I can't give spiritual advice, and I'm just saying if I was you and you were concerned about that, um, maybe you don't just go out and ask directly, what's your stance on homosexuality? Express concern, for example, about pride parades or something, and listen to the response. Right? No need to be dialectic about it. Yes, feel it out. See how you fit into the broader community. And if you're spoiled for choice, all the more reason to see how. Ah, yes, Wicked Wally. I, you know, co-combatant in making the worst puns possible. Yes, you will experience a true divine liturgy, certainly. Like, it's too much to get into, like our difference with the approach of ex opere operato. But going into a small church, I was talking to people who went to like churches very small. Uh, they can have like 10 people or so, but it's the best they could do at the time. It's a mission, and you don't get anything there. You don't miss out on anything there that you would get in the cathedral, say St. Christ the Savior Cathedral in Moscow, or here in Belgrade, at the St. Sava's Cathedral, or on Mount Athos. Right? There are obviously. I'm not dismissing the amount of aesthetic and what it plays. Like going. I mentioned the one in Moscow first because they've got like a professional choir that's world class and massive, uh, ability to get everything that's needed. And some places are small and don't have money, so they improvise to the best of them. Did you watch the Marvel Gaming episode with Father Young, Jay, Cleve, and Alex? I didn't. First of all, I wasn't aware of it, but even if I was, I don't know anything about. I know that there are X-Men, and I know the basic superheroes. So I know Father Stephen plays that Marvel thing on Twitch and opens up to questions, but I've never had a Twitch account, nor would I get one. Um, and even like those things he does with Cleve and Alex, I watch the clips because I'm very spread thin as far as my attention and time goes. With all the instruments I've got, with the languages I'm studying, with trying to keep up with a million things happening throughout the world. So, and then I also need some time to just, you know, decompress. So I try to watch things, and it being Marvel is a bit much for me. Although if Jay is there, I have not seen the two interact. I've seen laudatory statements from Father Stephen DeYoung towards Jay. Uh, so I'm happy to hear that. So maybe I check it out for that reason. Didn't Father Josiah try to invite an RC bishop to speak at his conference and refer to him as His Excellency and refer to Ortland as Reverend? It's one thing to be diplomatic about it. Every major Orthodox content creator, especially from the clergy, like Father Josiah Trenham, like Father Spiridon Bailey, like Abbot Trifon, etc., all have one video saying that the Orthodox Church is the only church. So, because people like Father Seraphim and uh, Father and Abbot Trifon, like they're very popular amongst Catholics and even Protestants, and then you get to one video, and the like dislike ratio completely different, and then a billion comments, etc. So again, when you have these interactions, you then go, "Hey, arch heretic! Hello, heresiarch. What do you think?" So it's one thing for me to be abrasive. It's a completely different thing for a priest or a bishop to be abrasive. It is, of course, their duty to worry about their parish and bishopric first. I worry about, you know, myself mostly, and I'm doing a hell of a job at it, as you can see. I just want to drive for an hour and see a pride flag. You won't see a pride flag. That's you are too concerned about those things. You will see maybe too soft an approach with a pride flag in an Orthodox church. Can't imagine it. Yes, a good point. Enchanted hero, also known as Clippy. Uh, yes, that's why you give good advice. You're Clippy. Actually, that doesn't mean you'd be giving useless advice, but whatever. You get the point. Um, yes, you can contact them. You can talk to them. You won't necessarily have to go in person as means of first contact. Um, I'm sure they'll be happy to chat over whether it's a telephone or some other means. Pride flags, is there a French Orthodox church? I don't know. We will have to call Sneck and ask him. Haven't seen Sneck in a while. That's sad. He and Jay work well together. Um, They had a boxing match in a prot church. I've seen enough. So my chat with the Jim Bob, I keep sending him like memes and stuff, usually very saucy ones. Um, Not in the naughty sense that one might think, but there's a reason they call Instagram the racism app. But he keeps sending me like these evangelicals and Pentecostals and the worst things. Like I'd rather he send me like getting something about pride would be an improvement to watching the Pentecostals and also African churches, which are like a whole different level of ridiculous. So I send him based things, and he sends me, you know, forms of torture. Cork Orthodox. Yeah, the gem boy. Being irrational about making excuses, that's a huge part in Orthodoxy that we try to find. I should not have used the word saucy. Um, I'm too used to that meaning um, racism app things. I can't believe like nothing has improved more in my lifetime than the fact that I thought Instagram was just for women posting bums, and it's the best app ever invented. It's it's so great. Like my algorithm is glorious. I have to evaluate actually like whether I can send something to someone depending on where they are. So Jim Bob is in the US, so he's good. Um, Petra Garde, which whom I exchange massive amounts of memes. Our chat is just giant walls of memes at each other. Uh, and so it's good. But then with Shane and Bose, it's more or less fine. But if I know someone is in Germany or something, I'm like, better not send this one. Posh sends Jim off his favorite Pearl Davis clips. Actually, Jim off sends me Pearl Davis clips. The bastard. You see, actually, you've made me appreciate him sending me the Pentecostals now. Yeah. I've had hard for years to curate an Instagram feed of racism and hippos. Good. You see, I have. Okay, I probably shouldn't talk about that publicly. Check out Cooking with Posh channel. I have considered making something about cooking. I like cooking. It's very soothing, unless you're in a hurry or tired. But if you're in a good mood, it's very fun. And I like trying out recipes and stuff. Dear Lord, whom did I promise that I was going to have to try duck fat? I completely forgot about that. So I have to make good on that promise. Instagram went from the gayest place on the internet to wall mean Mr. Yes. I'm a simple Russian man. I never downloaded TikTok, downloaded Instagram. It was instantly based. Yeah. I didn't have one before starting this channel. So, yeah, I was completely shocked. Yeah, I guess I have to do it. And boy, I was pessimistic about it and it worked out well. I was optimistic about things and everything's a complete mess in the world. Yeah, you have to try duck fat too. Yep. I said I will try it. Can you make a French omelette with duck fat? I'm not sure. I'm French omelette is good with. I love those, but you make them with butter. It's French cuisine. You just shove a kilogram. See, Paula Dean keeps getting called like names for using so much butter. Like Even in her most buttery recipes, it will be like half the amount the French use. Ever try rafute? And I will pronounce it Frenchly. I'm not sure where it's from, but no. Duck fat for roasting potatoes. Hmm. Interesting. Um, I think there's a false dichotomy. He is platforming those people to teach about Christianity. I don't think the only potential alternative is that to abrasively yell at people like heretics. Yes, I believe the bishop, was it Strickland, whom he referred to, whom he called to join him. And I think that was about abortion specifically. It wasn't about theology per se. It was about unifying to fight abortion. And that's a completely different thing. Refute. So it's rafute. I don't know. I would try a lot of Japanese cuisine, but at the same time, like, you know, you mention Asian cuisine and I go, I've seen too many things and I've become paranoid about it. Can't I say I approve of his behavior at all? I think all that diplomacy is coming at the cost of truth. Uh, Again, it depends on what happens in terms of dogmatics. I do think the problem is you could make people who are Catholic or Protestant, in the cases of Bishop and Ortland, that oh no, you're fine where you are, but you know you can still come. You know, it's still we still believe we've got more of the good stuff, but you don't. I'm not a fan of it, to be honest. But again, I'm not a priest in California, so I won't pass any judgment on it. How do you like your rat? It's like that scene from Blackadder. It was fricassee or something. You boil it in a puddle. Geese are just bigoted ducks. Yeah, geese are pretty aggressive. America's a whole different beast from Turkey, Polycarp. Nonetheless, he's not an ecumenist. Yes, I'm pretty sure he's not an ecumenist. He appeared on Tucker Carlson a couple of days ago. Yet to finish watching that. But every time he's made appeal to the most base things, so that's why I say I don't have bad words for Father Josiah. Very, very heartwarming to watch, like what they post. Like he's patristic nectar, right? A lot of them I confuse in my mind, like patristic nectar and Trisagion and different things. But I think Trisagion isn't. I think it's patristic nectar for Father Josiah. Geese make great guard dogs. Well, they saved Rome. That's no small deed. And geese are less spawns of hell compared to dogs. I've been attacked by a Canada goose, never been attacked by a duck. Geese are indeed bigoted. Yeah, I think the only ones in that range of birds as more aggressive is swan. Swans are outstandingly aggressive animals, and they're bigger than either geese or ducks. Also, ducks can't really hit you with their wings. They're not they're not configured for battle in any way. His appearance on Tucker was very good. He touched the gospel, Pascha, Zionism, just war, relationship between church and state, and talked about Trump's admin needing spiritual guidance. What? Paula White isn't doing a good enough job. And strike and strike and strike and strike and strike and strike. Yes, swans are the French of the bird world. When I was in high school, I saw a mongoloid kill a goose with a big rock, and the rest of them charged him. Pretty base. Mongoloid. Not sure how technically you are with that term. Favorite cringecore song, Posh? I have to stick with Bay Piggy. I don't know why. Gives me like 90s vibes the most. My local swans vanished a few months after the Ukrainians arrived here. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the swans. Yeah, very beautiful animals, but bastards. They attack dogs a lot, but they will also try to drown people in boats. So I'm not sure that's a good, trade-off. The Abdul engineers and doctors are kidnapping them in the UK. Yeah, and aren't all swans in the UK technically property of the royal family? Born in Romania, Pantycoastal is pretty good. Yep. Um, Bankers is a banger cringecore song. Yeah, lots of them are good. I just don't know that Pay Piggy really stuck with me. Can't have enough of people doing impressions of Trump. The best impression has to go to Shane Gillis, just the shouty one, um, and he's plugged into the system well enough to know to get good points across. So it isn't just like I'm a racist and I hate everyone. Like no, he actually knows what's going on. So that adds layers of fun to it. Oof. Right. So we'll hang out a bit more. We can go to midnight for me. Um, but so to be clear, uh, next Saturday we're doing Zionism, and that's going to be a much more um, prepped stream because I'm going to have to do a lot of scriptures and a lot of historical points, etc. I'll try to make available the ability to pull up things. I know there's a way to do it, and I'm not going to do it now, but definitely we'll try to get it because I'd love for people to have the visuals on. What I'm, uh, and again, it's a big project, lots of things to talk about. Um, uh, Many of those points I've even not ran by Jay in private, but he had a space on Twitter, and I called in, and he was approving of those points at least. Not that one he didn't put on YouTube, so you can't find it. So at least ran it by someone in our sphere. But there's a lot to talk about, and some there was some fellow whom Tucker brought on, who made a lot of good points as well. I just see a lot of very, very important ones being missed out on, and they're killer points. So I'd like to do a stream that encompasses everything sufficiently. Obviously, lots, most of the singular points can require their own hour at least of presentation, but we need to go for brevity. If anyone wants to clip anything, you're free to clip anything. I barely do this, let alone get defensive about people clipping it. And they would have to go through a lot of talk about bacon and ducks. Why is this channel like a Monty Python skit? Or like a Norm MacDonald joke? Nothing makes sense. Oh, goodness. It was about marriage, which is pertinent to scripture and theology with Ortland too. Okay, so it was not about abortion, or at least not merely about abortion. Yeah, well, I understand the point you're making, Polycarp. In Serbia, we're not big on Catholicism. So every time, like the bishop who is in Belgrade is a Slovenian because no one would tolerate like a Croatian bishop. Uh, and like even when like the two like our bishop and that bishop meet, because we don't have a lot of Catholics, mostly it's Hungarians in the north. Um, but even when one of our bishops they meet and they're like, "Oh, hello, love of Christ," all of that. Okay, bye bye, and people lose their minds. Plagued by no fault divorce. I remember uh, Stefan Molyneux saying that no fault divorce, or is it maybe not specifically no fault divorce, but ability to divorce and the relaxation of what's required for you to be able to divorce um, gives more freedom. And when you have more freedom, you increase the quality of the product. How has that come? How has that been going, Stefan Molyneux? The quality of marriages has skyrocketed since the 60s. Just if any of you have missed it, bloody libertarians. Honestly, I can't bring myself to hate a lot of libertarians. Someone like a Dave Smith, he calls things gay a lot, and I'm like, I mean, like man after my own heart. um, but unless they're like those lefty libertarians, like pro LGBT and stuff, you lose me there. But they're like personally more conservative and stuff. Not conservative per se, like a Ron Paul. He's like very conservative privately, but he doesn't bring that into politics, which I disagree with. But I mean, who cannot like Ron Paul? He's great, but you know, it's so difficult to try and explain to them. You cannot. There is no underlying mechanism. You can just, start taking layers off until you reach it, and then it will be automated and work well. Which is what they believe you get with choice, and then choice increases quality because I will choose. No, people will choose slop. Twitter is a complete mess. Right? X is a complete mess. No, we get everyone can say anything, unless it's against Israel. Then then Elon has to go to Auschwitz and stuff. But you know, you can say anything, and has that created great intellectual space for poignant but difficult points to be made? No, it's all slop. Dave Smith's takes are gay. Yeah, I mostly agree with him on foreign policy. Uh, but yeah, as I said, he's one of the libertarians I listen to, right? Because I think he's sincere, which is what's important to me. Uh, but I want to hear what libertarians have to say, and he's certainly more balanced and nuanced than like what was it, the New Hampshire Libertarian Party and the Libertarian Party in general. I mean, it's a complete and utter mess because they have no structure. Freedom is not liberty. He is conflating. Uh, that's That's a very American thing to say, but liberty and freedom are just words from Latin, and the other is Germanic. Like saying, yes, in English you can differentiate them, but ultimately, I think that's a bit of a cope. Uh, you know, same with like meat and flesh. Like, yes, you differentiate them in English, but like in German, Fleisch means either meat or flesh. Like pork, you say Schweinfleisch, like swineflesh. Um, so I understand, freedom and liberty being differentiated, but it's more or less academic and nuances. in principle, you will collapse into one of those debates. Is healthcare a right or is it a service? Right? And someone says, well, okay, is having the police a right or a service? Right? But everyone wants to say, oh, well, no, no, no. Is the army having a service or is it a right to have to, for protection? Right? It starts becoming too tied into it. The only critique of base libertarians I have is that after calling gay things gay, they should look in the mirror to end the cycle. I agree. Vigo in the 90s in Ireland, my image of America was everyone is divorced and, and Bart Simpson lives there. That's a pretty educated view for an Irishman. Yes, the Serbians and Croats are the same nation, but just different religion. If you mean ethnically, we're pretty much the same. If you say nation in the sense of country, we were once, never again. Didn't turn out well. Um, but yes, they are Catholic, we are Orthodox. Um, one writes in Cyrillic, the other in Latin. Actually, we in Serbia we use both, but we primarily use Cyrillic. In Croatia, you have like Serbian majority places or a substantial plurality, and they like put on like a sign that's in Latin script and then a Cyrillic script, and they will literally tear those down. And there was an incident once where they burnt down an ambulance vehicle, because it had ambulance written on the front but backwards. So in the rear view mirrors you see it as ambulance properly, and they thought that was Cyrillic, so they burned down an ambulance. In Serbia, we don't have those problems. Like you go to parts where you have both Hungarian and Romanian minorities, you will have signs Serbian, uh, Hungarian, Romanian, and no one tears them down. But we don't have an inferiority complex, so that helps in remaining level-headed. Um, but yeah, it's one thing being based, completely different thing being a spurg. People conflate those two. Being a spurg is being a spurg. Being a base spurg spoils the baseness. You reckon Bart was based? God. And you were trying to start something, Baron Strawberry. Bart was always a nuisance. See, now you're saying Lisa is the bad one, so Bart has to be the good one. You're defining by negation and contrast. I know we had to, declare you the libtard because Irene is based Irene, but that doesn't work everywhere. Oh, it's Vampire Frog. We've been talking about Romania a bit. Enough for him to be summoned. And it's Redfish. Hello, Redfish. Lisa probably became a hoe. Probably became the crazy cat lady. Remember that's the origin story of the crazy cat lady? She was a doctor and a medical doctor and a lawyer at the same time. And she, because she's a strong, independent woman, and she, she lost her sanity. As a Protestant in Northern Ireland, they claimed Ulster Scots was a real language and not a dialect. The government put up street signs in Ulster Scots, and they went mad thinking it was Gaelic. I'm so upset. The biggest problem of me learning Irish or Gaelic is that it's There is no standard, I think. Um, Also, the fact that I'm learning Kushfarga uh, has completely destroyed my ability to recall what the islands are called in Witcher 3. Odd Gallagher, I think, because it's sufficiently similar that it completely inhibits my ability to remember them. Odd something. Great soundtrack when you're there. So yeah, and yeah, the Irish. I think I mentioned this earlier. Are going to the Gaeltacht. Uh, we did talk. I would also need a visa for Ireland, but I think that's easier to get uh, than the American one. But we did talk about me and Shane. We did talk about Western Ireland. They have the most the Gaeltacht. Um, so we'll see. Speaking of Irene, I was excited about watching Redacted tonight, but had a few whiskeys. Asked her what she'd like to watch. She says, "Whatever. Let's just watch Posh. No romance." I don't think you want to create this Pavlovian conditioning of listening to me and being romantic with your wife. That will cause terrible unintended consequences. Yes, imagine having a language called Gaelic. We believe you me, I made that joke. Um, Top 10 bishop priests or monks to listen to on YouTube. Too late. Keep talking. I swear to God, if I ever visit Shane, like I think Irene is just going to shoot me on sight. I keep giving him the worst ideas ever. On freedom, liberty, I meant something like a distinction in Russian between samovlastие, samovolye. Maybe you have something like that in Serbian. Uh, well, one thing that's so hear me out. So in Polish, when you say wolność, means freedom. In Serbian, when you say wolność, it means willingness. So dobrovolec would be like a volunteer, and even right, volunteer comes from voluntas, which means will in Latin. But dobrovolec means of goodwill. Someone applied through goodwill. Um, so again, that's more of a samovlastие, which means self ownership, and samovolye, which means self determination, basically. The Russian distinction. I'm guessing merely off of etymology, but I understand again what you mean. That liberty is more of a political definition within a system, but you would have say you have the liberty to not be oppressed, like more like a negative and positive rights, similar to that. But you can't ultimately break it down to fundamentals and say you can have liberty, but you're not allowed to do gay stuff with consenting adults. That's going to break down in that frame. You would have to have an imposition of more metaphysics and ethics, which is what has happened. A lot of the West fell because uh, you people were relied upon to maintain self-discipline. With the disappearance of religious discipline, there was no way uh, to say coherently maintain this giant notion of what's proper and improper. Why can't you have prostitution? Why can't you have drugs? That all breaks down if you appeal to self ownership or self willingness. Because uh, if I own my body, who is to say I can't do fentanyl? Yes, it's self destructive. That's my right. To say, no, 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 you don't have the right because, and then you have to appeal to things like, oh, yes, but you're hurting your family, you're hurting your community, and then therefore you're hurting the broader society. But then we're back to the, the word being rendered meaningless due to its inability to encapsulate anything of substance. Yes. Hello, Rachel. Goodness. Mm. Rachel, I complained to Jim Bob, but now I have to complain to you, and even an hour more has passed. I'm on the second beer. It's pathetic. I don't know what's happened. I I had an haircut today, and maybe I'm I'm doing the Samson can't drink because I cut my hair. If you saw my story from yesterday, you know, I played Brave Sir Robin on the lute, and you can see my hair was a complete mess, and I had it done today. Um, so, so maybe something about that, or I'm I'm talking so much I can't drink, and that's a conflict of interest for streaming. Oh goodness. So yeah. So at any rate, oh, here's something worth mentioning: the elections in Hungary. Um, Peter Magyar won against Orban. So play some clips so you can drink fast. Oh my goodness! Because the Zionism stream is going to be much more organized, I can actually record during the day clips on a certain point. I really can't drink anymore. 6 months ago, I got diagnosed with Celtic curse. Uh, sorry to laugh, but we were on about Ireland earlier, and it's just just adding fuel to the fire. Hereditary hemochromatosis. In fact, I'm laying on the couch recovering from a phlebotomy I had yesterday. Such a stupid problem. Dear Lord. Bloodletting. Do not take advice from any druid. That will not help. Um, Hemochromatosis. Yeah, that really sucks. And it's so funny that you're Dutch and Andrew is the Irish one. Andrew is the Celt. Actually, maybe that's the reason. It actually is bloodletting. I'm not that aware of hemochromatosis. Uh, so I will won't mention anything so as not to give poor medical advice. Both are half Irish. Is that true, Rachel? Is that something that I, maybe because you were Dutch reformed, I had overestimated the percentage of Dutch heredity? Celtic curse. So, an Englishman came up with that name. Let's be honest. Damn it! And then I have to. My dad is almost 100% Dutch, and my mother almost 100% Irish. Oh, okay. Well then, I've been missing out on making Irish jokes at you and kept them squarely on Andrew for years now. Both parents carry the gene. I drew the lucky straw. Oh goodness. Yeah, that's not good. I have potential. My worst part is potential problem with kidneys. So I probably shouldn't be drinking as much. And we will, as all good Slavs do, we will deal with an illness once we make sure we do everything to make sure it manifests. Dutch Irish and English Irish. I remember informing Andrew who tried to mock the Irish that his kids are more Irish than anything else. I doubt that, uh, did anything to stop him. Hello, Jason. Why do I keep doing like a hello? It's because I'm trying to do Jim Bob's impression of me, which sounds like no English ever. Hello, Keeling Show. So, um, I wanted to say something smart for a change. Right. Oh, Hungary. Um, I don't think things will change drastically in Hungary. Uh, Peter Magyar is, when you say it in English, sounds Magyar sounds like his Arabs. Magyar just means Hungarian. Right. Magyar, in Serbian, we call Hungary Magyarska because that's why what they call it, Magyar ország. Um, and uh, I don't think things will change substantially because the biggest problem Orban had is lots of corruption. So I know, and he was very much what we call a slopulist. So more throwing out meat than delivering on proper right wing things. So yeah, yeah, Rachel, I managed to force myself to do a first stream. And the thing with me is, it's very difficult for me to start doing things, and then it's difficult for me to stop doing things. So if I manage to establish a schedule, and this time not trying to to start one, coordinating with Shane over here, because we that has been a complete disaster. We've planned like 1,000 shows and did like five. Um, so good on us. We really complement each other. I just keep thinking how much Irene wants to kill me. She's perfectly nice to me, but that's because I'm out of shotgun range. Right. Thank you, Enchanted Hero. I needed to hear that after contemplating murderous intent on me. I'm going to have a wee dram of this Jameson Crested Baron. It's crap as sipper. Okay, now, Shane tried to explain to me which is a good whiskey. And I should try it because I tried Jack Daniels and I thought, is this a murder attempt, an assassination, trying to get me off alcohol? Because that would work. If I had to drink whiskey for like mandatorily for 2 weeks, I'd stop drinking after that. Just disgusting. And then he said, "Oh no, that's the other. It's American whiskey and all that whiskey and it sucks." Right? And so I promised I will try Irish whiskey that he recommends. I should be feeling better tomorrow and mostly back by normal by Monday or Tuesday. This is my fourth session, so I kind of know what to expect now. It's a pretty brutal process, though. Once my numbers are where they need to be, I only have to go 2 or 3 times a year, thank goodness. I'm going to have to research about that a bit. Uh, Hemochromatosis and hereditary. Um, of course, a lot of these diseases, as much as intolerance to certain types of food and or micronutrients. They're extraordinarily difficult, but hopefully, if it's, I don't know if it's just having to avoid alcohol to avoid flare-ups. I basically have to give twice the amount you would if you give blood at more than twice the frequency you would give blood. Really knocks me down. Oh goodness, that's especially a problem. I donate blood, right? And it's more recommended for men to do so because we don't lose a lot of it. So the bone marrow isn't as stimulated to produce more, especially the erythrocytes. Um, but so women are supposed to give less blood than men on average, irrespective of the volume of the individual in question. At least that's the policy here. Um, but so that's even worse. Hopefully, you can navigate that with more food like liver and things that are good for the blood. But again, I keep wanting to give advice. I will never learn the whole thing about women just want to listen to things. Want you to listen to things and not give suggestions. I am terrible at that with anyone. Um, but yeah, donating blood also helps reduce forever chemicals in our blood. I'm not aware of that. I have a high ferritin, Celtic disease. I should get blood letting too, but doctors won't do it. Good lord. I said this 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 stream was more pointed than my usual ones, and we have done away with that. But at least we've got the bulk of what I wanted to say about the war and stuff in there earlier. So I did manage to to get points across. Huzzah! Mm. So they won't bleed Dr. Crispy. I'll do it on the black market level. So if you need someone to rid you of excess blood, and therefore, I already sound like I should be in one of those, doctors' masks. Baron Strawberry says, "I'm weird with giving blood. Don't know why. I'm not afraid of it. I'm regularly get bad cuts where I lose a decent amount of blood, but will get woozy trying to take a blood sugar test." Um, Baron, that could be. That's more of a fear of needles, probably. It's one thing you don't fear seeing blood. Like there are people who, and again, my parents are both medical technicians. I've seen lots of times people donate blood, uh, but they don't look at it. Like I don't look at the insertion of the needle. Not I don't have problems with needles, never have, and I'm not a druggie because I'm not gay. So, but I always think I don't know if something in me will try to reflexively move away while the needle is close and I'll get damage. So I just look away while it's inserted, and then I have no problem. So it could be a fear of needles more than a fear of blood, because that would explain why you don't have a problem if you cut yourself and see blood. It doesn't make you queasy. Um, yeah. How the hell am I like? I drink, so you'd think my blood would be awful. It's not. It's great. And it should also inhibit my memory. And it has, like, God has given me certain things that I'm actively trying to destroy, and it's not working. But he also gave me autism, this quasi autism, of course. So I don't know what to do with it. After talking about geopolitics, this is a good moment to mention Pope's recent statements and RC Cope. Yeah. it has introduced a new, um, I don't know what to say, uh, like episodes or seasons of Jim Bob on Twitter. Because for a while it was just, does God the Father have a father to Mormons, and now almost everything I see him post is him commenting on something Catholic, saying saying something like, "Oh, did you invite this person to the mosque with you?" Call into pot with your medical questions. Yes, I have lots of herbal remedies to recommend. Andrew smokes and drinks and eats tons of fried food, and he has no issues, and always has lovely looking blood work. It's really not fair. Yes, I see what you mean. I'm kind of in the same ballpark. I don't know how I have no consequences of anything. I build muscle so easily. If I didn't drink or smoke for a month, I'd lose like 40 pounds. But it's very sad seeing that someone who doesn't drink a lot or something get a problem related to it, or something. It feels unfair on my end as well. I was getting a blood test. She was midway through and my vision started narrowing. I told her, and she was like, "Don't worry, I'll catch you." Lol. I said, "I'm over 100 kugs." Like, fuck you, Will. um, my mother has, through her experience, and this has been corroborated by other medical workers, I realized men are a lot more scared of needles than women. When I first realized I had high blood pressure, turned out it's because my vitamin D was dramatically low, like dangerously low, and that has knock-on effects. She thought that my high blood pressure at the student clinic was just high because I was, a bit angsty about. And I knew what they were going to do. Like, we provided a urine sample, and that's something you do at home and bring it. Like, they weren't taking them on the spot. The rest was measuring blood pressure, weight, height, things like that. So I have, as I said, I have never had a problem with getting um, uh, needles, for whatever reason. Um, I have no fear of the doctors. Um, Not too happy about the dentist, but even then, I deal with it. Um, so she thought it was that, and turns out it wasn't. It was vitamin D. So, but it's it's not an uncommon thing. So, one of my grandfathers had a big fear of needles. Again, very common thing, and it will cause you to start your vision starting to narrow and things. People fall all the time. So again, Baron, that's more likely that you have a problem with needles. It's a phobia. You can't really help it, and exposure therapy doesn't really work on those. Avoid stabbies at all costs. I'm talking about getting penicillin and stuff, not experimental gene therapy. Or is that what they're telling us? Maybe she would be able to catch you now, Baron. Yeah, he bragged to me that he was starving. I've helped him anger Irene so much she's refusing to feed him. Exposure therapy helped you with your needle phobia. Huh. Would have guessed. I suppose in theory, I was just thinking, is there a way to do it? I suppose there is. I remember my grandmother was a diabetic, and I insisted on giving her like those, like that pen thing for insulin. So I've never had a problem with needles. In any case, like in like the bum shots or the donating blood, or in whichever form they came. Well, Emmanuel, for another 50 Mexican dollars, says my grandpa had a big pair of needles. Great way to start a story. Fear. I said fear, not pair. But the 50 Mexican dollars are appreciated. Yeah, yeah. He would also, so like his vision would narrow and stuff. That's a common way of phobias manifesting. It's strange. I knew someone who had a fear, like a phobia, but not arachnophobia or something. Just like similar to what you call them. I know there's the term like daddy long legs, and I'm not sure if that's even the same species of spider, or is daddy long legs even a spider, not a form of crustacean or something. Um, Whatever. Like it was either the spiders, like very small body, they're small in general, but it's mostly that they have legs, like long legs. Can't bite you or anything. I had a fear of those particular spiders, and like those bigger mosquitoes also have the legs. So the legs of this part. And I remember we were sitting, me, him, and another friend of ours, um, and I saw one of those mosquitoes, and I grabbed it and I showed it to him. And the moment he turned his head, like his body automatically started crawling backwards. I was like, oh goodness. See, I'm afraid of styrofoam. There's actually a name for that. Styrofoamophobia. Thoughts on aromatherapy, Bosch? I mean, I'm sure, obviously, aromas, fragrances, they can have positive soothing effects and stuff. That's undeniable. And in the sense of classical conditioning, it can certainly help uh, with associating it with something more positive. So uh, I know it sounds very hippie-ish, but at the same time, regular medicines sounds very, you know, pharmakia-ish. So I have no problem of exploring like alternative medicines. It's just that you need to tell me how. Right? You can't just tell me, oh, this crystal vibrates. Okay, thanks. I don't think so, but um, I don't have a visceral reaction against alternative medicines. People keep telling me I'm Islamophobic. Common diagnosis. Styrophobia. I mean, do you mean the sound it makes? Like when someone scratches it or it scratches against something? That's more misophonic. I'm misophonic for sounds people make when they're eating. Some because lots of people, uh, I was taught never to like slurp your food or something, and to chew with your mouth closed and stuff. But there are people who uh, take a spoonful of like soup and they suck it out of the spoon. They don't place it in their mouths and just deposit it. And I just want to stab people. Thinking about it makes you gag. You sound like one of those cats. You know, people go to cats and ruffle the the teeth, whatever you would call them, on a comb, and cats just go. They gag. By the way, this is again great thing to put out there. No one's going to abuse that. They just know they have to have a piece of styrofoam to trigger you. Yeah, lots of things like that, like scraping on like on steel sheet steel. That's a common one. Scraping on uh, ceramics, but usually like goodness. This is about my sign that I'm losing ability to talk. Um, and the bloody dish, plate. Goodness. I was working on a building site and had to saw insulation. Oh, you had to saw it. I don't know if it's so that gets the feeling of it. You get the sound of it, and you get them to disperse in the small. When we were doing insulation, it took a month to clean out all of the little bitty pieces that come off as a result. Styrofoam needles, well, Emmanuel. That's what we should do. Maybe they cancel each other out. Do you call the other one like styrodur, like the thicker one? I call them styrofoam and styrodur, like the very thick one. You don't use that for insulation, I don't think. There we go. Third beer. That's going to be my last one. It's a great idea. Even I would get disgusted by someone scratching steel whose old paint is leafing off. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I have like very common things. I don't have any allergies. I don't have any phobias, not of water, not of heights, not of spiders. I'm basically saying I should be nerfed in some way. I'm probably nerfed by the autism and the alcoholism. Yes, check your privilege. You're being very ableist, Dr. Crispy. Oh, we should host a debate. We'll do it on this channel, or not on Barron's or the common channel, the mutual one, for purposes of transparency. And then we host who's more privileged, Baron Strawberry or Dr. Crispy. Ah, he's apologized. There you go. You've ruined it for me. I don't know. Just like things like slurping and the sounds of. I've probably done you in. um, I told you one of the worst things I've ever experienced in my life is scrolling through. Yes, I'm still streaming, and it's completely gone off the rails. But it's good to catch up on things. And I've been very slow to drink. But yes, I was scrolling Facebook a couple of years ago, and I had those automated playing, and it was with the sound on, and someone was doing. I mentioned this. I'm sure I've mentioned this at some point. Playing like an English bulldog eating ASMR, and just didn't even say, "Hey, today we're doing an English bulldog." No, 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 just went straight into it. It just drilled itself into my brain, and I can never forget that because that's the only thing I truly despise. Pitiful effort, Posh. 3 hours, 20 minutes deep in streaming. Yeah, nursed 2 beers. Yeah, there's the third one. Phobia of heights. Yeah, yeah. It's very strange to me to meet people with phobias. Because if you haven't got any phobia, I'm sure if you've got arachnophobia, agoraphobia, whichever, Like you can better relate to someone who's got a different one. I can't. It always seems like someone's joking about, like they're exaggerating it or something. But then you see an actual reaction of such a person, and then you're like, oh, so this is not exaggerated at all. Uh, do I have the link? Your English is isn't keeping up, Doctor Crispy. It might be a good recommendation for whiskey after all. No, I don't. It's been years. What beer am I drinking? I'm drinking Nishko as a form of what we call local patriotism over here. Although technically the Bulgarians own brewery, but what are you going to do? I like Staropramen. Zayatursko has really gotten way worse over the years. I used to drink that a lot. But Nishko is like a good one for me. Now I know you will appreciate this and the other Serbs, but there's a store in Chicago that sells like things from Serbia, and Nishko, the way it's spelled, because it's not just Cyrillic, it's cursive. And when you have the printed, tag with the price underneath, it says Huvko, like Huwko, and that's brought me no small amount of joy. Yes, I'm still going. People are acting like like I'm moribund or something. My arachnophobia has gotten weaker by getting shamed by my dad and grandpa, but I wouldn't touch a spider voluntarily. Hmm. Again, I understand conflicting stimuli. I remember drinking Zajtrsko on banks of Nishava when I was in high school, based. I was, it was bad, but brings back memories. Well, I understand. Uh, uh, the old Nishko was great, but it went under. So the restored one isn't as good, but it's decent. Um, no one tell her your secrets. Yeah, you've been good at secreting them. Basically, we might as well put an epitrachelion on you and consider it confession. I would have been a terrible priest. I'm so horrible with people. And you might be thinking, oh, you're decent at this, Yeah, yeah, we're here gathered around topics that we have been filtered out to want to talk about. So, if you try to have, uh, small chat, what was it called? Small talk with me, you'd think my IQ was like 70. Like I could open, uh, you know, a daycare center in the US. Course, do you have beer festivals in Serbia? Yes. Have I gone to one? No. Would I ever? Could I be tortured into going to one? No. Not because it's in Serbia, but because why on earth would you do that? I remember when Posh drank from some shadowy glass in with beer. Now it's all fancy cans. I got some cans. I've got that beer as well. It's also Nishko. But I thought it would be cans because they were the coldest, and I knew I'd have to be here for a while. Didn't expect this much of a while. Yeah. Um, I have to do something about keeping myself on topic. I think it's better to have like to write down points, maintain them for a while, but the channel isn't big enough for the chat to be, unapproachable. So I try to keep up with the chat, and then with my uh, with my personality type, I just go off on whatever tangent I find there. Um, so yeah, it's different than a big channel, but then you get the super chats, but then you can access them on separately and then go off on those. But it's still a cozy size for a channel. Every day is beer festival in Serbia. Speaking of Iran blood transfusions, well, lots of trans stuff in Iran. If you're not aware of that, um, again, Shia, not Sunni. How homophobic must you be to embrace the trans thing as a response? Okay, better you were uh, trans than gay. That's the position of the Supreme Council of Iran. It's always been weird how they hate hate gay people but love the trans. Yeah, it's it's like one of those jokes. Like, if your child came out as trans, you would say, "Oh, just be gay." The opposite for them. But the Muslim world has always been full of like those poems about how sad it is when a young boy starts growing beards and like all the beauty is ruined. And you're like, huh? What? So they've always been iffy on a lot of things. I hate the fact, and this genuinely annoys me about Tucker Carlson, like because he's so Islam friendly. Um, but like Islam is not non-Trinitarian Christianity, but with different robes, and you do stuff on Friday, not Sunday. No, not even close. It's a pretty perverted thing, and their heaven is basically just a brothel slash casino with endless cheats. It's like playing The Sims with cheats. They all have to be claim to be gay to seek asylum. Yeah, I've seen like, and they have NGOs coaching them on how to pretend to be gay to get asylum. And some of them say they're bi because they've got a wife and children. You're like, okay, you're bi, yeah. So, but you've got a wife and children, yeah. So, what are you planning on cheating on the side? Is that what's the danger for you? It's like when your uncle decides to be Muslim and you're just like, just be a Peter. A regular one. That's a great one. Posh, have you ever been to Mount Athos? No, I have not. Don't know if I ever will. I'm not big on travel. I will repeat, travel is a form of legal torture invented by women. Islam does not deal with passions at all. They allow them if you do a halal thing and promise eternity of satisfying passions. Madness for a Christian. Absolutely. It's like in many important ways, it's the inverse of Christianity. Uh, it's not wrong to be promiscuous. It's wrong to be promiscuous now. So if you pass now, you can do it later on. Complete inversion of Christianity. When you read what Christ says, he says in heaven, people don't marry and aren't given in marriage. So we do away with all of that um, because it will be a much higher form of relationship once all the evil is done away with. So complete opposite, and also not to the level of Gnosticism, right, where we take a whole dualist position and all of that. So it's a vile religion. Um, Not to mention about sin. Like the Sunnis have these hadiths about how Allah has prescribed, because everything is prescribed by Allah. It's a like the Calvinists. Um, the Copes are the same, which is also funny because they're ridiculously stupid. But the Allah has prescribed for you a certain number of sins you must commit. So I didn't want to Allah prescribe for this to happen. I hate how loving East is always bundled up with loving Islam. Like, can't I just like one thing? Sure, I think so. I can like Japan for lots of reasons and dislike it for lots of reasons. So that should apply to everything. But yeah, Muslims get fatter after fast. It's crazy. Yes, because they go from like regular eating to eating two giant meals after sundown and before sunrise. So they gorge in the meantime, and then they don't do dialysis in the meantime. It's also a whole problem for because you can't ingest anything, not even water, and you can't do dialysis. Um, and they get an increase in traffic accidents because people are dehydrated, and it's a pretty hot part of the world, especially in the Middle East, but also other tropical parts like we're talking about Bangladesh or like the Indonesia or something, right? So you get humidity, so it's not just hot; it's also humid, right? And so you follow it, and it has no other point other than um, some type of ceremonial thing, because, like in Orthodoxy, the point is to give up luxuries, not to like follow a rule for the sake of following a rule. At least they donate more money during their fast, so I guess that is something. Yes, I accept that. Sure, sure, but they unknowingly worship the same god because Clark Kent and stuff. Oh, it's pathetic how they defend it. So they're basically just mad keto dudes. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the intricacies of keto. I'm pretty sure that keto means you avoid lots of sugars. They don't avoid anything. They just avoid eating at particular times of day. Not not that they avoid anything again for discipline. Like the discipline is just avoiding all ingestion of anything during daytime. Mm. They eat high fat diet. I'm not sure how. Again, I'm not familiar with the intricacies. I know I know the point of ketosis is to avoid eating at certain points, but I know they have different schools. Um, right. Well, Baron, if you're on keto, how come you're so full of shit? Another masterful roast. I'm like, the way I'm roasting today is uh, like Norm Macdonald at the Bob Saget roast. He says he's a vegan, but he's still full of baloney in my book. How do we get to reading Bologna as baloney? Yeah, we should do an ortho bro roast session. And we will draw like the straws, and whoever loses has to beat Tony Hinchcliffe and talk with the gay voice and stuff. How funny is it that Tony Hinchcliffe and Tim Dillon are like the inverse of each other? Like the one that looks seems very gay is married and has children and stuff, and the one who is gay is like a deeply closeted straight. I don't know. Yeah, I'm on. beer-based keto diet. It's a high protein beer. Um, Val Orthodoxia made a great skit recently. I'm up to a dozen people sending me that clip, and it's great. Love the editing. Love the great writing, especially because after he shaved, he can't do retakes. So if he thought of a better thing, he's like, ah, damn it, now I'm stuck with it. Right. Baron says I was a vegan for a long time, but then I left the LGBT community. That reminds me, you know the Irish guy, Kathleen, uh, says LGBT. Which branch of the church is that, Kathleen? He sacrificed his beard for that skit. Exactly. I can't sacrifice a beard. I haven't got one. Hey, Sava, God bless. God bless, Garrett. Right. Can't believe 36 people are still watching this. I'll stick out throughout the beard. I don't care. I'm um, dark and twisted like that. Oof. See, if this was during Lent, I couldn't make excuses for drinking up to this point. Jay had a few drinks on a stream recently, and I thought he didn't drink for 10 years and then does 2 streams with me and he gets drunk on stream. Gotta go for now. We have liturgy at 7:45. Yep. Let's stream soon. I totally just, people can hit me up if they want to stream. I'm open for it. We had a fun stream. So actually, so that would mean like 3 times Jay streamed with, no, 2 times it was just the two of us. I was playing Counter Strike 1.6. That's amazing. That was very big when I was in school. But so we did one with Jason Myronchuk. Uh, we did one with on Jim Bob's channel, right? Yeah. So it took a couple of experiences. Francia took a couple of interactions with me, and now he's basically an alcoholic. I think we can all agree on that. Like the man can't put the bottle down. We can do a Rekia stream. Okay, if I get one, then we can talk. I know a man who sells great Slivovitsa. Sorry, not bottle, box of Francia. Jay can't put down in the box. Um, so off the rails. I either don't stream or do a 4-hour stream. We need to get Baron and the Redneck going again. That was fun. Again. Attempt number 53. Or 6-7. Huh? Huh? I know my memes. I told you, we can't plan it. It has to be like within hours. Hey, I found this because every time we've planned anything for more than a day, it's collapsed completely. And not just the Baron and the Redneck thing. Probably just fangirling and don't know the topic. But it may be good to just stream with Jeem. Yes, I saw a debate of his and I was very happy with how he performed. I'm not too familiar with a lot of what he does. Again, I have to limit myself because I've spread myself too thin in terms of attention. So, whether he has a topic in mind or something and says, "Hey, we want to uh, jump on," and I believe myself to be able to contribute on that topic, I'd be happy to. I know a channel that could promote this. Is it the Keeling Show? More streams with Jason Myronchuk would be amazing, but time zones might be a difficulty. No, he just called me up. I think he and I can do a lot of work on geopolitics and stuff. Although he took the drinking a bit poorly the last time we were on. Not that he got hammered or anything, but the slurring became noticeable. But it was very fun. I didn't mention it on stream, obviously. But you can see me chuckling like a git. One of my favorite things that has happened was when I had to sub for Andrew in that Mormon debate with Jim Bob. Um, because hello, Extanglia, but so what happened was we had some debate preps, the three of us, and I had to get up early that day because we had like 3 tons of pellets to unload into the storage room. So I got up early, didn't get some, sleep in the afternoon. At around 9, I start drinking when we were doing the final prep, like 6 hours before the debate, the three of us, and we had the strategy all figured out. Everything was being prepped, right? Great. I kept drinking, and then at midnight for me, 3 hours before the debate, Andrew says, I need you to sub for me in the debate." And I'm like, "Okay." You know? And I was like, "Oh God, I haven't slept much and I've been drinking for 3 hours, and it would have been 6 hours by the time the debate started." So I got on there, and then I had to call Jim Bob. We had to adjust for it, and the people were not very happy with the debate. I mean, we did great in terms of disproving their points, but our approaches were not synced in any way. Right? We had less than 3 hours to organize. Um, because there were lots of points I wanted to make that were very, very deep into theology and stuff. Um, but I thought were very important to get out. And Jimbo and I have debated together multiple times, but we had like weeks of prepping for it and talking about it and aligning and stuff. So you plan, and we didn't have that. And I don't know if you've noticed, Jimbo and I don't get along because we're very similar, but because we're different but complementary. Tony and Jimbo get along because they're similar. So you had Jim Bob who wants to jump at it as we get into it. I've always said his debating style is like a rapier sword, like just poke many, many pokes quickly. And I sort of do like the constrictor boa thing. I keep building a case around things and then I squeeze. It was most easily identified with my debate with Casimir, if you remember Casimir. Every so often, he jumps onto my Twitter feed to defend Israel as an anarcho-capitalist, by the way. But if you remember that debate, that was the first solo debate I did. Um, hello, Fedris. Not sure how you expect that to be pronounced. Sorry. um, but yes, what was I saying? The debate. Yeah, so we didn't coordinate, and then I was trying to make my points, but then I couldn't finish my points because I take too long, and Jim Pop couldn't finish his points because his line of argumentation required multiple things in there. So we were stepping on each other, and although we did great, and not as many people knew me from his channel, so there's who the hell is this guy? And not to mention that many people weren't happy that Andrew didn't show up, and there's this drunk guy with a posh English accent taking his place. So it was such a funny thing to me. The important thing is we crushed in the debate. Um, but yeah, who could forget Casimir? Many people, I'm guessing. Jim Bob debates like a honey badger. That's a great way of putting it. The honey badger. We have to figure out how to say honey badger in Italian and make a shirt for him. You need to make more guest appearances with Andrew so the audience knows your face more. No, no, no. That's not my area as much as it. Andrew does more cultural commentary and politics, but more domestic politics. I mostly focus on geopolitics, and I focus on like religious content. So it would be fine, but it's not like Rob or Jake Rattlesnake. Like they're much more in line content wise, and that was a completely one-off thing that I had to substitute for it. That was, as I said, that wasn't that had to be done 3 hours before the debate. So I don't mind uh, being introduced to the audience, but at the same time, it's not as similar as we are. That's not my area. And the people who go there for the feminism debates and stuff, they what are they going to start listening to? Analysis of ma'at in Hebrew? I don't think so. Yes, but it will help them familiarize themselves with you. That's again, I have no proclivities for that. But that would be fine if Andrew ever said, "Hey, I need someone on the extravaganza or something." I'd obviously step up, but it's not. But it's not something I'm aiming for because again, I understand lots of people might think uh, we are in the same circle. To be honest, I thought you had quit YouTube. No, no, I've been planning on a stream for like 6 months. You can watch my interview with Jay about Mormonism. I mentioned I'm about to do a stream on geopolitics, then on Zionism, and that was 4 months ago. Right, and by know your face, we mean super chat. Yeah, my biggest earnings on YouTube was when Andrew raided my stream once. So yeah. So is this a roundabout way of to say you not going on one whatever? I the decrease of your English is getting that, Doctor Crispy. Um, but I don't know if I said it on a stream with Andrew or maybe because maybe we were talking privately. But I said I would go if I was in the US and he said, "Hey, Posh, want to go with whatever podcast with me?" Right? I'm thinking, like, okay, but we will be 15 minutes in, and on, and I'll be looking around or while I was there, and the first break we have, I'll find the rope that can sustain my weight and a place I can hang it on that is taller than me, and I will end myself. I promise. I don't have the tolerance for the absolute garbage. That's a skill. It's a skill to deal with that and not absolutely lose your mind. Like I said, I don't suffer from a surplus of will to live, and that is not going to be conducive to increasing. It's Hiberno English. Oh, I apologize. I'm guessing you just don't like the limelight. Or your skills are more like long form discussions. Oh, I don't have a skill for being concise. Everything I say takes a lot of time. I'm like an ant. You see, no, you see I can I can try and rebrand my inability. to achieve brevity and say, "Oh no, I'm like an ant," and we have the ant moot, and we talk for 3 hours to say hello. Um, so yeah, so not just that, his style is more blood sports. It's more highfalutin. It's fast paced, and then I would be like, well, if you consider all of the nuances of this particular point, and people are going to want to throw things at. That's why I said Andrew and I would agree on almost everything, but the different approach is a huge thing when you're trying to have a show. So yeah, but I mean, I was on the Crucible, but multiple times, but it was 20, 30,000. It's over 200,000 now. Um, One of my favorite clips ever is from a Crucible special a couple of years ago. It was me and Jim Bob as guests, and someone said that I should read How the Grinch Ruined Christmas. And Andrew said, "Okay, if someone pays $100, uh, I will, I will make him read it." And someone did, so he did read it. And the clip, and if you follow me on Instagram, I posted this as a story. It's Andrew in the middle on the side. Uh, Above him, Jim Bob, who set up the green screen to have my curtains from the other room when I was streaming. And I was in that room, so it was the same background as me. And I was reading about and it was something or something shoes. He stood there hating the Who's, and you can imagine where my mind went. And I just started bursting out in laughter, and it's still one of my favorite clips ever. Oh, here's Myron. Truly, he has risen, Myron. Someone suggested we should stream more, and I said we can do things on geopolitics or something if you're interested. Um, it's not that there's too much happening in geopolitics to talk about, anyways. I was worried about JB getting crushed by big boobies on whatever. Was surprised how well he handled. You have to realize there's a shoulder to boobie ratio that can turn the tides of the battle. Ah, goodness. We're going over 4 hours by the time I finish this. Oh, that not so erudite woman is completely insufferable. She is like a female destiny, but she has more sense about her than he does. She doesn't make better points, but she is not Fed posting every 5 minutes, I suppose, which should be lauded. But yeah, very unfortunate. You see people thinking, well, now that Trump has done this, uh, oh, uh, Myron Chuck now says he's absolutely, I'm back to making content now. I'll reach out. Okay. So when you've got the time, I have a lot more time than you, I'm guessing. Um, so when you have a time slot and a topic, just let me know. Um, and jotting up is optional. But someone says, "Oh, now that Trump has done this and destroy the MAGA coalition and whatnot, now they will get what they were really fearing Trump was." Yes, I've been tracking. I mentioned it earlier on, the replacement of Orban, but I'm not seeing much of a replacement other than the person himself and the party apparatus. But right, but now you get the proper right winger. Like, Trump got in because he built a coalition. A lot of independents are required to get everything, you know. Uh, so, what level of cope is that? And I am very unhappy with how things are going in many places, because one of the only things people say to support, like the war in Iran and stuff, uh, when people get discouraged, is to say, "Oh, what, you're going to vote for the Democrats?" The biggest reason Trump won so handily was that he promised non-interventionism, not um, isolationism, but non-interventionism. He promised massive deportations. He promised focus uh, on the United States themselves, uh, sanity in terms of the whole LGBT thing, and that brought him a massive coalition. I did a stream after he won the election, and I was happy. And Chase called in, and we were both happy. And we said, "No, this isn't some grand tradcon victory or something, but it's a step in the right direction." And the problem is, you will demoralize people. People don't have to vote for the Democrats. They just don't have to not vote. And there are enough people who aren't motivated by the love of the Democratic Party, but are motivated by their hatred of Trump. So while he has a pretty solid floor for his own support, there's also a solid floor for the anti-Trump, like the TDS people, whatever you want to call it. So just not having the broader coalition is going to be very problematic. But to be clear, the Democratic Party is, polling at abysmal numbers. So that's why I'm not one of those, "Oh, the midterms are lost." What my big problem is, and I posted on X, is this was sold while having people like Paula Bloody White and whatever the hell the retard, pastors that he brought in. "Oh, you are Esther. God brought you up as Esther to save the Jews from the Persians." And Paula White saying, "You're literally Jesus. Uh, you're being lied about and persecuted." Like, it's being sold as like a Christian thing. You have a Pete Hegseth quoting the Bible and stuff. So now we're back to the neocons of the early 2000s. This is going to, uh, this was pitched as a Christian thing. We need to save the Jews because they own that land by divine mandate and things like that. And I said, all of us who will be saying things like, "No, Christianity doesn't support this." I said, we are going to sound like the people, "Oh, I'm pro LGBT, pro LGB, but not the T part." That's what we're going to sound like to non-Christians, and that's going to be great for evangelism. Luckily, or providentially, like, orthodoxy is growing for a reason, because people won't take this. But it's such a smear on Christianity politically that, again, we have to bomb everything because Jesus wanted to. And the Iraq War, in no small part, played a massive role in the rise of, like, the new atheism and stuff like that, because Christians are all warmongering sacks of rancid lard. And that is my biggest concern. Like, the midterms are a toss up as far as I'm concerned, because, as I said, like, the Democrats haven't gotten any better. They're appalling, and they don't have much to offer other than hoping that Trump makes as many faux pas as possible. And as far as closing off this war, I'm not sure how you do it without a concession. But I didn't finish this point like 2 hours ago. um, the whole thing about how you have the three principal demands. Remember, like no nuclear enrichment, no long range ballistic missiles, and no supporting the proxies. But the people like Mark Levin or General Keane and those people, they said even if you got all of those concessions, it would still be a historic mistake. I think even Lindsey Graham said it would be a historic. So even if you got them to defang themselves completely, you would be making a historic mistake not to start a war, to remove this religious Nazi regime. When the earlier ceasefire was announced, Mark Levin was crying on television. And what do we do? I have like the only person I've seen who's less likable than Mike Levin is the one, the only, the great, the inimicable uh, Rabbi Shmuley Boatek, and that's a guy you can't beat. You can't beat co-owning a sex shop, kosher sex shop, with your daughter and doing promos about dildos with her. Like, you can't beat that. Mark Levin doesn't stand a chance. Even one of the greats has no chance against. Uh, Satan is the prince of this world. We don't vote our way out of this fallen world. Yeah. All the Orthodox fathers teach us be grateful for whatever is the case. Because it could always be worse, right? That's the old Orthodox way of approaching things, that the demons want to uh, deter you from gratitude and a Christian mindset by making you constantly regret the past, being grateful for the present, and anxious about the future. So again, this stream wasn't to blackmail people. It was to give you my view of how things are going, and I don't think they're going very well at the moment. That can always change. It can in either direction. But ultimately, it's all about God. So people were born into much, much worse times than ours. Christianity started on the far worse times, whatever we can imagine nowadays. Oh, they've got pride parades. Yeah, compare that to being persecuted by the Roman Empire. Right. Do you expect Vucic to get elected off? I hope. I but we've seen where my hopes have led us. Maybe I should try and do like a reverse thing and say, "Oh no, no, he's going to win," and then he loses. uh, uh, things are again not doing very well. um, but we'll see. I hope this war wraps up soon. There will be no regime change. Just to be clear, they're too entrenched, and now you've bombed them, and in many actions, a lot of them unilaterally from Israel, like bombing that refinery. I don't know if people have seen the the videos from Tehran when maybe it wasn't a refinery, maybe it was a storage facility. Um, and it looked hellish. And then some of it spilled into the drainage system and caught on fire. And it had like streets on fire. And this enormous, it looks like bloody Mordor, all right, this enormous black plume and fire engulfing the city. Like, you think people are going to say, well, that's a price to pay for more OnlyFans and Pride parades? Yeah, great. Pahlavi is going to come over and save us from this. So there will be no regime change. So Trump has to figure out a way, not just to get away from the Mark Levin types, who is just like a pathetically unintelligent henchman of people with actual power. Uh, he's like the mouth of Sauron. Oh, by the way, I've got a sword. So he's not my mouth, thank God. But as you saw, when there was a ceasefire, their ilk started getting all uppity, and you have to present it not just as a non-success, but as a victory. Will Bernie Sanders fix everything? Yes, there's still a chance for Bernie to win. Yeah, imagine like that absolute puppet of a man. Trump is preparing for a ground invasion. He's not. I know troops are being brought in and everything. You can't do anything with a ground invasion. It will be a bloodbath, but it will not achieve anything. And so I don't know how much of it is for show. From the military, uh, not officials because they're retired, but retired officers who still have, connections. They say most of that is non-combat troops that are being brought in. So I don't think there will be a ground invasion because there's nothing to achieve. Not even enough to start leveraging the regime. As I said, I don't understand the point of starting this war, uh, especially at this point. I don't know at which point, but like maybe you could have crushed them further, like economically and stuff, so people riot and whatnot. But I think there was a missed opportunity for that if that's what they wanted. And but why would you follow up with this? Pointless. To no enterprise. There's nothing to be gained. But what can you do? It is what it is. Let's hope the damage is as limited as possible. If he can't even get Starmer to support it, it's a no-go. He can't get anyone to support it because European elites aren't suicidal. They're national suicidal in a lot of ways, but they're not suicidal. The Japanese and the South Koreans, he was trashing them like they're going to send militaries to open the Strait of Hormuz, which is what they need. So you're going to put them in a precarious position that even if their assistance doesn't help, they will be tossed away from even having any access to it. Japan had to pay for oil in yuan. So it's not just a lack of achievement for the petrodollar. It is a plus for the Chinese because the biggest support the Iranians have is from the Chinese, also from the Russians, but they're a bit tied up. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't see a single way in which this benefits anything now, other than the hope that was that you could do a big shock and awe campaign very quickly over a weekend, and the system will fall apart itself. Trump and co are seizing naval trade choke points. They just made agreements with Indonesia and Morocco. Let's see, because this blockade of Hormuz, very poor at blocking anything. Um, Blocking is something that's difficult to do. You have to board enemy vessels. You have to do it either by airlift or send, smaller boats. Um, Trump has proven he will give the green light to absurd actions. He's in too deep and will try anything. As I said, I don't know how he gets away from this. If Jason has information I am unaware of, I'm very happy. I'm uh, overly focused on Iran itself and the direct consequences. So I'm always happy to hear things from parts of the world that I'm not getting info on. But I don't know if you by Morocco you mean Gibraltar or something, because most of that water is owned by Spain, a bit of it by the British. Um, and I don't know, does he intend to charge fees for it? How do you manage doing that? Um, the anti-missile, you know, capacity of the U.S. has been greatly diminished because unless you appeal to some type of secret production, which I can't confirm nor deny, obviously, wouldn't be much of a secret then, would it? But you can look at the number of Patriot PAC-3 Patriot missiles that were produced, or the THAAD munitions, um, and you can count it up. And you can then add how much is given to Ukraine, how much has been spent in the 12-day war, how much has been spent in this current conflict. So, you know, that's why I also think this doesn't deter China from any Taiwan thing. But as I said, I don't think China wants to militarily conquer Taiwan. We talked about this earlier in the stream. So, yeah. Is Sassy J debate streaming on YouTube's tonight? Not sure. I know that in just over an hour and a half, uh, Jim Bob should be debating evolution. So again, I'm profoundly unhappy with how things are going. I'll be covering an interesting angle with Matt Erickson and Tom Luongo this week. Okay, I'll look for it. I'm happy to take a white pill. Just as they have to, talking about pharmaceuticals, the petroleum is required for them. The fertilizer is required for food throughout the world, and the Ukraine-Russia conflict has already put a lot of strain and downward pressure on food supply. Helium, a lot of helium goes through the Strait of Hormuz, which is necessary for as a coolant for production of computer chips. And we already have lots of, like, with the emerging AI, there has been an increase in like RAM, um, different computer parts. So, we're defending. Um, Missile production is a Carlyle Group thing. I think they have a lot more than is being advertised. That is absolutely a possibility, which I mentioned. So can't confirm nor deny it. Uh, it's easy, It's sort of like, what did Trump mean when he said we have things people can't even imagine? Like, how much of that is Trumpian hyperbole? How much of that are secret programs that, like weather systems? Is like, yeah, that exists, absolutely. But the thing is, a lot of that you can't even use. If they have classic munitions and stuff that they're hiding the numbers. You expect that for everything. More of a clear pill. I'm incredibly neutral. No, I'm trying to say if there's something that can present itself other than being just flailing about, I'm happy to take that as some type of, you know, proof that it's not just madness. Because the current excursion in Iran seems just like throwing your hands about like a madman in an epileptic shock. I don't know. We will blow up all of the power plants and everything. What? I didn't think it would happen. Like, I'm not even one of those taco people. Trump always chickens out. But there's nothing to be gained on following through with that. There's a lot to be lost. Like, sure, even if you break Iran, like if they break all of the uh, infrastructure for extraction and refinement of fossil fuels in the region, like the world is just going to crack. Methane is better than helium. Helium is a big petrol psyop. I flew a balloon fueled by a cow to Geneva for COP26. So I don't know, were you above the Nord Stream pipeline gathering the methane? So yeah, fun times. At least we know we can get, you know, the cows to start eating more beans, and we will solve the whole problem of cooling the computer chips. Is NASA still the world's largest purchaser of helium? I only imagine so. But yeah, even after that, we had like the Ukrainians hit some fertilizer production facilities in Russia, attacking exporting points for fossil fuels in Russia, which they can't do themselves. So at least the British are involved. It doesn't have to be the Americans, but you have to have like very good intelligence and surveillance to be able to hit that. And that's most likely done by the British. So again, not going to help anything. And if you start having famines, and now is planting season for a lot of things, and if you can't reliably expect fertilizers and fuel, you might decide to draw back on how much you plant, which means decrease in supply. And that means that, of course, places like Africa are going to be most impacted. And that draws potential rebellion and instability, which means you will have restrictions on all of the things that are extracted in Africa, because I know how much, like, oh, they just want their oil is played up in all sorts of conflicts, but you don't want to build oil infrastructure in a highly volatile area because it's extremely vulnerable. It's one of the most flammable things ever, and you're just going to place it in a war zone? No. Bosch's thumbnail for this is Super Boomer. Thank you. I miss Super Boomer in chat. He was funny. Oh, if we gather all of our boomerness together, we can create an ersatz. The soil is dead, so they need artificial petrochemical nitrogen fertilizer. Well, whatever the case, they need it. They're not going to recover. They're not going to leave it to fallow. You know, the war is really between the U.S. and the City of London. I think this is becoming more and more obvious. I've entertained the thought, and people saying, "Oh, this is a play against the Lloyds of London," and all of that. Could be. I'm not convinced. I don't know. Uh, the British establishment is extraordinarily wily, and for them, obviously, Ukraine is a priority because Russia is the primary enemy. They're not very aggressive against China because you wouldn't become almost exclusively reliant on your opponent's steel. That's what you because they closed their last steel mill, and they import most of the steel through China. But at the same time, I mentioned this earlier, Marinchak. Uh, this is the problem is how much everyone relies on China for rare earth metals. Most of the supply and almost all of the refinement. And that's not going to be something to fix up in a month. Like set up shop, like like a stall for refining rare earth metals. And I didn't see any of the infrastructure for that to be shifted over being built. How much of that could be secret? Again, I'm trying to have a realpolitik approach to this. How much conspiracy plays into this is anyone's guess because you can only try to pick up scraps of information and, trying to get as clear a picture as you can manage. But ultimately, I don't see it. So happy to have fresh perspectives on this because I don't get into I don't like getting into cycles and bubbles. But one of the potential bubbles is, oh, Trump always knows what he's doing, and as I said, I'm not seeing an angle of it here. Who is Jim Bob debating? I forgot. I don't know. Somehow, all of the people Jim Bob critiques have, morphed into a blob in my mind. um, they're too similar for me to disambiguate. So I'm not sure, Dr. Crispy. Um, oh, Planet Peterson. Okay. I don't know. They all seem like the same person for some reason, even the women. Right. Um, but yeah, that's something to look forward to in about an hour and a half now. Uh, and I'll be closing off. It's 4.5 hours. See, I told you, took me 6 months to start. But I can, so 4.5 hours every 6 months, I think, is a good exchange rate. Basically, as always, orthodoxy is the only answer, and we shall play the game and see how much mercy God has on us and what we can do locally. Yes, it's not up to us to save the world. We won't save the world. That's megalomania. That's a playground for the demonic forces to convince you you're saving everything and everyone and bringing freedom and happiness and prosperity. That's not what politics is about. That's not what foreign policy is certainly about from anyone's perspective. Um, don't get too dragged into this. Whatever happens, happens. Um, it's ours to pray and try to live a good life. Try to have fun like this every so often. That's good. Um, but yeah. Yes, I am back. Uh, the elites move countries around like they're chess pieces. Yes, they have no loyalty to anyone in particular. Even, again, people might mention Israel. Lots of conflicting elites, even there. It's just that they have had a great, um, a very able, maybe above henchman, not sure how to call him, but in Netanyahu. But he keeps boxing himself in with mistakes. So he's doing stuff I don't think he would have done were he not cornered in some way. And he has problems internally, he has problems externally. So yeah. We need the posh Jim Bob Funny Hadith stream that was promised to us 3,000 years ago. Yeah, that could be fun. Where's Baron? I poured a Jameson crested. I think he poured a couple of them before you had a chance. Or maybe Irene finally decided it was enough. And he's with St. Peter now. A golden pearly gate. Are you from Cork? I've become racist against the Irishmen of Cork, and I'm still not sure why. We need Posh Jim Bob and Baron Strawberry Stream. Well, considering how good me and Baron are at coordinating, that can certainly happen if we add another variable. Another gem I remember, people get rulers they deserve. Yes, that's what Jesus says. It would not have been, you would not have the power you have had it not been given to you by my Father. People who complain too much are self reporting. Yes. One of the most anti biblical takes, and I say anti biblical because you see this a lot in the Jewish religious groups. Like, oh, they hate us because we're so good and God loves us, so they hate God. Like, uh, Shmuley, Rabbi Shmuley, uh, did a debate against a Jewish convert to some type of charismatic Christianity, Dr. Michael Brown. And one of the statements he made in that debate was for millennia, Jews have been persecuted for nothing else than promoting ethical monotheism. And I thought, wow, that's a perspective I would expect from someone who hasn't been in like a 200 feet radius of an Old Testament, let alone saw it or read it. Like, it's the worst take ever, both throughout Christian history and throughout the just people of the Old Testament. It was never, oh, we're so good, that's why people want to kill us. It's always, we have done wrong and are being chastised for it. Kosher dildo manufacturer Shmuley did a debate. Yeah. I can't believe like he did like the remember the Candace Owens Jew like he did for their Halloween thingy, whatever it's called. Uh, I'm not sure what that's associated with, but they have like a Jewish Halloween, and he dressed himself up as a Candace Owens Jew, and I thought you look less like a stereotype than you usually do. God's name is blasphemy among the Gentiles because, yes, that's related to what I said about how this war will be taken by non Christians because of how it has been advertised, which is a bigger concern than even economic problems. But yeah, it's unfortunate, but we move on. Things I don't make a lot of predictions because things are so unstable, and I and we are not privy to a lot of information and goings on. So yeah, while wearing a kosher butt plug, I'm going to delete. As I said, Dr. Crispy, tonight you've been a great advertisement for Jameson. Is that what it's called? If I mispronounce a whiskey, I'm going to get thrashing from from the Irish. Oh, the posh and strawberry stream about Ireland history was lit. Oh yeah, it was very very fun. It had me look into a lot of things, but yeah, and I had to mention every 10 minutes I'm not English to avoid, you know, having car problems the next day. Oof. Is this the longest stream I've done? I think I've done 5 hours. I'd have to check the records. But yeah, again, while I'm closing off, because I'm finishing the third beer, so I don't want to drink it and then close off. So next week, Zionism from all perspectives. I'll think of some creative title for it. I was thinking of dispensing with dispensationalism, but I'm not just doing dispensationalism. So I'll think of something fun, as I am wont to do with my word plays. Um, and the Saturday after that, I will try to have Jim Bob on if he can make it. If not, I'll think of something because it's going to be a different stream depending on uh, whether he can make it or not. Uh, but we'll have him on at some agreed upon point in the future, certainly. But I hope to make it a regular thing Saturdays. And if there's some supplemental stream I decide to do, that's fine. Or if there's some event on Saturday, I can move it around a bit. You know, someone could have a debate, someone could have a big stream announcing something, or something of that sort. Want to step on other people's um, schedules. I don't know if Jason is here, but an interesting topic to discuss, go through, would be the ever-growing movement of "we was kangs," but for white Europeans. Uh, Giga cringe, and people my age hate me for not LARPing. Yeah, all of that's pretty cringe. Um, we all know we were made by Father Yakub, so there's no need to boast about it. You should feel bad for people who don't have that privilege. We'd have a rabbi on the stream to explain everything to us. That's almost impossible to find. Uh, they don't tend to debate a lot. Not just rabbis, but Jewish apologia tends to be, streaming on things and talking to people who agree. You will find that's a very common thing. Again, at least Rabbi Shmuley tries, but you will get them maybe, arguing with atheists or something. But no, I know you're joking around, but it's not really something they do. I mean, evangelism is not part of rabbinical Judaism. It's not even really part of Old Testament Judaism, if we want to call it that, because your evangelism is supposed to be, being a light to the nations by following the Torah. That's how you're supposed to draw people in. It was a different time, but then they turned it into this blood thing. But it's also not a blood thing. You can convert it to it, but if you already have uh, if you have the blood, but you're like a Palestinian, so you can prove it by DNA, it doesn't matter at the same time. You don't get entitlements to the land, even though you have the DNA, because I can convert to it right now and get a plot of land in Israel because I'm part of the chosen people who are chosen by people as descendants of Abraham, which I can become by converting, but I can also lose it if I join a particular faction. So yeah, when I called into Jay's space, I said they've taken it's not an either or a both and, it's a both neither. But more of that next Saturday. Great day. I didn't even think about it. Great day to stream about Zionism on Saturday evening. Ask your rabbi why he eats foreskins just for the crick. Because it's full of protein. What are you, some vegan cuck? So yeah, it's foreskin keto. Whatever. Fallow keto. Fallow ketonic. Okay. Beer is done. Cigarette is done. Announcements have been made. Again, you can follow me on Instagram. It's not Instagrat, so it's not gratification. But that's where I'm mostly active. On Twitter, I just, every so often write a snarky comment and tweet very rarely. But yeah, I post nonsense on Instagram, and it's the easiest way. Someone asked whether I have an email to be contacted. It's a posh redneck. The posh redneck was taken, so it's a poshredneck@gmail.com. But much easier to find me on Instagram, and it's much more manageable. It's optimized for easy communication. So that's all. Thank you, everyone, for being here for the Reformation. I'm the Luther of this channel, and I'm also the Pope of this channel, I suppose. I do everything, both good and bad. So, yeah. And let's hope we're not all gay in 500 years because of my Reformation. All right. Thank you, everyone. God bless, and see you next Saturday.